Dame I gospodo, uskoro počinjemo, molim da zauzmete vaša mjesta. Ladies and gentlemen, we should start soon, therefore we kindly ask you to take your seats. Thank you. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, welcome back. I'm Haris Bilalovic, and I have great honor to open the working part of the conference. as moderator of a session 1 titled Cooperation and Coordination in the Migration Management. This is the second high-level regional conference on migration organized by the Ministry of Security of Bosnia and Herzegovina with the support of the government of Switzerland and Hilfswerk International. At this conference, we have decision makers in the fields of migration, asylum, and border management from the region, but also from the European Union. This mentioned clearly indicates, and we have heard that also in the opening remarks this morning, that the need to cooperate and coordinate intensively on a regional level is of the highest importance. During the first of 3 panels scheduled for today, the topics that will be discussed are role of partnerships in defining tailored policies, need for a regional approach, challenges and opportunities in the coordination of the migration management, coherent asylum policy, as well as challenges in development of the regional and national migration management mechanisms. As you can already see, distinguished panelists are already in their positions. I'm happy to welcome and greet once again Mr. Selmo Cikotić, Minister of Security of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mrs. Karin Keller-Suter, she is a Minister of Justice and Police of Switzerland, Sulejman Soylu, Minister of the Interior of Turkey, Branko Lobnikar, State Secretary, Ministry of the Interior of Slovenia. Minister Cikotić, I would like to start by expressing wholehearted congratulations for you and your team at the Ministry of Security for keeping the tradition of Sarajevo migration dialogue, because this is the second in line, and hopefully we will, in a time of many discontinuities, keep Sarajevo and Bosnia and Herzegovina part of a dialogue which has its effect and impact concerning this topic. You did refer in your opening remarks a bit on the last edition, the very first edition that took place last year. How do you feel now after the first opening remarks session, first coffee break, first contract signed on behalf of a platform of this dialogue conference? Do you see it as growing organically and exponentially in this domain?
Allow me first to thank Adam, Karin, Sulejman Bey, and Branko, Minister of Justice and Interior of Switzerland, Minister of Interior of Turkey, and State Secretary of Interior of Slovenia, but also to thank many others present here in this room, and some of them that are even not, for taking so many steps and measures that transform the migration crisis into the migration situation today. And also transferring the state of affairs in this field, where the international organizations completely ran the process associated with illegal migrations that are now almost in full scale organized, managed, and run by security structures of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is a very important element of the situational change and shift of paradigm, organization-wise, responsibility-wise, and in terms of the control of the whole process. There are many partners here. There are representatives of many different states that are coming along the same approach, because illegal migrations as one of the security threats are indivisible. there is no single country, regardless of its organization, strength, and capacities, that can fight against illegal migrations on its own. We do praise Turkey for hosting so huge number of illegal migrants, and we learn from them. But we very much appreciate the support of many countries and states on the so-called Turkish and Western Balkans route of huge number of migrants, more and more, not just from Central Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, but now from almost all over the world that are tending to enter the soil of Western Europe through the Western Balkans. And we therefore very much thank European Union and the funds it provides. And we from Bosnia and Herzegovina are in particular grateful to Switzerland, Austria, Germany, Italy, and some other states that are supporting migration operations of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We thank United Nations, IOM in particular, but number of other organizations of United Nations, UNHCR, UNICEF, and other structures that are supporting our fight against illegal migrations, UNFPA, and also DRC in case of Bosnia and Herzegovina. With all these measures taken, what we managed to do was the much better control of eastern border, the identification and apprehension of the criminal groups that were smuggling migrants. We established much better control of the movement and stay of migrants in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We improved the quality of their accommodation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We shut down 3 reception centers for migrants in Unasana canton, and we provided much better environment for overall safety and security of the state. We provided better working, economic, and other prerequisites for Bosnia as a host of many tourists, many investors, and the quality of life of our citizens. We do respect the human rights, but we also are grateful for our service for foreign affairs, which took over the management of the reception centers from IOM, or are about to complete by end of the years in all the centers. We thank our directorate for the coordination of police bodies for protecting now those reception centers. We thank our security and intelligence agencies, SIPA and OSA, and other security agencies for being part of this process. And we, as a result of all these steps and measures, have got complete shift of the situation and now much improved level of security, given the fact that migrants are involved in all kinds of security risks, threats, and breaches of law and order within our country, including steps of organized crimes, corruption, and murders that have taken place. In our thinking, we plan the measures and steps for further improvements. That's why we decided, based on our own experience, to organize first Sarajevo Migration Dialogue a year ago, seeing the benefits of regional cooperation with the neighboring states, and we are grateful to representatives of all the states from Macedonia, Kosovo, Montenegro, and of course, Slovenia, Austria, and Switzerland, for being present here to improve the further cooperation. We take into account the new EU Pact on Migration and Asylum, and we create our legal infrastructure for further approach to this issue. Integrated procedures, as envisaged in the EU Pact, are the way forward. combining protection procedures with return procedures wherever applicable. Recently, we had, at the end of July, the first tangible steps of the implementation of readmission agreement with Pakistan. We returned the first group of Pakistani illegal migrants present on the soil of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we also recently, thanks to the cooperation with Embassy of Morocco and legal structures of Morocco, had the forceful readmission of some Moroccan migrants here. We must help each other. We need and expect the further strengthening of our cooperation humanely, but we need to protect our borders and security of our citizens. And today we have got the opportunity to look for the space and areas where we can do that. Bosnia and Herzegovina experience in migration management are varied. We have got Vučjak, Bira, Lipa behind us, and other incidents from previous few years. And we try to share the best experience and lessons learned from ours with all partners and neighboring and other allied countries that are willing to share this experience. So with this turnout, with so positive representation of Switzerland, Turkey, Bulgaria, and other states represented by deputy ministers, state secretaries, and other officials, with so high representation of different international organizations, we see not only continued presence, but further support for our approach to effectively and sufficiently fight illegal migrations and contribute to the safety and security of every single state of ours and international security environment as a whole.
Thank you, Minister. I find it very valuable that we have heard from you about not only the challenges, but obvious improvements when it comes to illegal migration in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm not sure how it's in other countries when it comes to media practice, when it relates to societal problems. The media, unfortunately, focuses exclusively or mostly on a negative, deconstructive instead of constructive topics. And this is very important to hear that Bosnia and Herzegovina is taking not only one, but few steps ahead together with allies from the region and European countries. Now it's good opportunity to hear how this improvements and management is perceived from elsewhere, from the countries whose representatives are here with us. It is a pleasure to once again welcome Minister of Justice and Police of Switzerland, Karin Keller-Sutter. When it comes to Switzerland, we could say that it used to be a country of emigration, and now it's country of immigration. How do you see from Swiss perspective the cooperation and partnerships with Western Balkan countries on strengthening migration management and efforts to prevent irregular migration? Is it getting really tremendously better?
Thank you so much for your very pertinent question. I must say that the Western Balkan countries, of course, play a key role in migration policy, not only of Switzerland, but I would say for the whole of Europe, for the safety and security of the Schengen area, to prevent illegal migration. And we have a long-standing partnership and a good relationship between our two countries, Bosnia-Herzegovina and Switzerland. As I mentioned, the migration partnership, but we also have a migration partnership with Kosovo and Serbia, and we will soon sign a new partnership with North Macedonia. And, you know, what I really regret is, this is my personal opinion, that in Central Europe or Western Europe, the Balkan is very often considered as being Eurasia. But for me, it's Europe. You know, it's a mistake to classify the Western, well, of course, the Western Balkan countries are between Asia and Europe, but they're part of Europe and they're part of the security and safety of Europe. And they play a very important role. We have heard it from the minister when it comes to preventing illegal migration. Now we have this readmission agreement between Bosnia and Herzegovina and Pakistan, which of course is very important. You know, it would be important to further develop this kind of policy so that illegal migrants do not even enter the Schengen area, but can be brought home when they are not entitled to stay in Europe or in any other country in the region, that they can be taken home directly, that there is a return directly, because this is prevention, you know. And as the Minister of Turkey is also here, I would like to stress again what I said in my introductory remarks. He was not here yet, but I would like to thank his country for the big effort and the very important I mean, there are about 4 million people in Turkey, you know, and so the cooperation between Europe and Turkey I talked about a visa policy on the Western Balkan countries, and I would be grateful if there could be an alignment between the visa policy of the Schengen countries and also the Western Balkan countries. This would be very helpful. You know, the Commissioner Johansson also said it in her video introduction she gave, and I think that would be very helpful, because what we live now is, and this has not been detected by the public yet, is that we of course have a high migration flow from the Ukraine, well, migration crisis if you want, so, but we have a second migration crisis and flow that is as high as it used to be in 2015, 2016, now coming from the Balkan route, from Greece, from Turkey also. And I mean, this kind of mixture is very delicate, you know, as far as migration policy in different European countries is concerned. So we have the superposition, if you want to, of two important migration flows at the same time. And this is something new. You know, we had the crisis with Syria, 15, 16. Now we started with the Ukraine when Russia attacked the Ukraine in February, but now we in fact have two very important migration flows.
And while we are at it, what is your evaluation? Is there a real danger and a threat that, unfortunately, as we can see, there is no resolution on the horizon when it comes to Ukraine-Russia conflict? But could that migration wave overtake perception, attention of the international community within European Union, while as the stabilization of migration flows in the Western Balkans could be threatened by that change of priorities, so to say?
Well, I wouldn't say threatened, but I still believe it is underestimated. And I think that there could be, well, Switzerland is not a member of the European Union, so I have to be a bit diplomatic. So I try to. But I think there could be a tighter cooperation even between the European Union and also the Western Balkan countries, because they're very important. As I said, they play a key role as far as migration and the management of migration is concerned. And, you know, Switzerland is an associated member, a fully associated member of the Schengen area. And what I just witnessed is that progress is very slow, you know, as far as the reform of the Dublin Schengen system is concerned. It's very difficult to get majorities. We're going to hear our colleague Notis Mitaraki a bit later, and you will hear another perspective from a Mediterranean country at the borders or at the external border of the European Union, which is, you know, they don't have the same challenges as we have, you know, for instance, in the center of Europe. But, you know, if there is one thing we should all agree upon is the fact that we can, no country today can manage migration alone, because the mobility has grown so much. I mean, people just travel. The pandemic stopped the movements during the last 2 years, but now the movements are back, you know. And I mean, I think we have a common responsibility for the security and the migration in the Schengen area and the European area. And I mean, I include the Western Balkan countries in that.
Thank you very much for your inputs. We shall move on topic-wise more to the south and hear from perspectives that are to be shared first and foremost from Turkey. Here we have with us Süleyman Soylu, he's the Minister of the Interior. As we have heard, and it's widely known, Turkey has welcomed nearly 5 million refugees in total, mostly coming from Syria and Afghanistan. So in that regard, what would be your major recognized challenges in development on what's called the national migration management mechanisms? What are the lessons learned on side of Turkey?
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Öncelikle Sayın Bakan'a 2 yıldır bu Saraybosna göç diyaloğunu tertip ettiği ve hakikaten dünyanın en yakıcı meselelerinden bir tanesinde bizi bir araya getirdiği ve bunu ısrarlı bir şekilde de devam ettirdiği için şükranlarımı ifade etmek istiyorum. Ve yine çok kıymetli İsviçre Bakanı'na da görüşleri için teşekkürlerimi sunmak isterim. Tabii şunu söyleyeyim. Rahat bir şeyler ve güzel bir şeyler söylemek isterim. Ama eğer rahat ve güzel şeyler söyleyeceksek kendi gerçekliğimize aykırı hareket etmiş oluruz. Yaşadıklarımıza da aykırı hareket etmiş oluruz. Yaklaşık 5 gün önce Ege Denizi'nde 9 aylık Asım'la 4 yaşındaki Abdülvahap ve bunların ikisi kardeş, 2 genç, yine 2 yetişkin Yunanistan'ın botlarını batırması sebebiyle hayatlarını kaybettiler. Dokuz aylık bir çocuğu Ege Denizi'ne getiren neydi ve 9 aylık bir çocuğun Ege Denizi'ne gelmesini engelleyebilecek politikalar bugüne kadar niye geliştirilmedi? Temel problem bu. Hepimiz insanız. Kendi çocuklarımız büyütürken okula gittiğinde aklımız dönene kadar kendi çocuklarımızda oluyor. Bizim için bir yerden bir yere gitmek için izin istediklerinde aklımız kendi çocuklarımızda oluyor. Videoyu paylaştım. Libya'dan İtalya'ya geçmekte olan bir kaçak göçmen teknesi mazotu bitince veya yakıtı bitince Yunanistan sınırlarına gitmek zorunda kaldı. Ve oradan Frontex'in de gözetiminde Yunanistan bunları can sallarına bindirdi. Bir kısmının da şeyini batırdı ve denizin ortasında ölüme terk etti. Ve Türk Sahil Güvenliği de bunları kurtardı. Olarak Pakistan'daki istikrarsızlığın sorumlusu biz miyiz? Yıllardan beri Afganistan'ı kim işgal etti? Afganistan'daki 17 bin hektar afyon üretim alanını 300 bin hektar afyon üretim alanına ve eroine, uluslararası eroin ticaretini kim yaptı? Biz mi yaptık? Her şey var. Suriye iç savaşını kim tetikledi? Lübnan'ı bu hale kim getirdi? Yemen'deki meselelere niçin ses çıkarılmıyor? Yine söyleyeyim. Irak'a demokrasi getirecek Amerika nerede? Hani Irak'a Amerika demokrasi getirecekti. İlk girdiği zaman dedi ki ben buraya demokrasi getiriyorum. Bugün hala karmaşıklık devam ediyor. Size çizdiğim tablo esas itibariyle göçe kaynaklık eden ülkelerin tablosudur. Başka bir tablo değil. Afrika'yı biz mi sömürdük? İnsanlarını biz mi köleleştirdik? Bu maliyetlerden Avrupa çok çabuk kurtulmak istiyor. Amerika'da uzaklığı mesafesiyle bütün problemleri doğuya yıkmaya çalışıyor. Çok açık ve nettir. Bunları görmezden, yani beni bağışlayın, göçe kaynaklık eden ülkelerin sorunlarına, vekalet savaşlarına, iş sıkıntısına, siyasal karışıklıklara, siyasal istikrarsızlıklara ve aynı zamanda ekonomik yoksunluklara bakmadan göç meselesini çözebileceğini düşünen herhalde büyük bir yanılgı içerisinde olur. Daha ağır bir cümle kullanmak istiyor değilim. Yani burada karşı karşıya kaldığımız problemin daha yeni başladığını ifade etmek istiyorum. Bu yeni başladı. Ve bundan sonra bu problem artarak devam edecek. Bu salona bir soru sormak isterim. Afganistan ne zaman iyileşir? Yani ne zaman bu problemlerden kurtulur? Biliyor muyuz? Hayır. Pakistan göçe kaynaklık eden ülke olmaktan ne zaman kurtulabilir? Bunu biliyor muyuz? İsterseniz Afrika'nın bütün yukarıdan aşağı ülkelerini sayın. Bunların göçe kaynaklık etmekten ne zaman kurtulacağını kim biliyor bu salonda? Hangi birimiz biliyoruz? Hiçbirimiz bilmiyoruz. Peki bütün bunların yanı sıra Orta Doğu, Orta Asya kim biliyor? Göç 21. asrın en temel meselelerinden bir tanesidir ve yeni başlamıştır. Yine bir soru sormak isterim. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri son 3 yılda PKK-PYD terör örgütüne 2 milyar dolar kendi senatosundan yardım etti. Peki Suriye'deki göçün kaynağı nedir? DAEŞ doğru. PKK-PYD doğru. Suriye rejiminin ortaya koyduğu insanlık dışı davranış bu da doğru. Peki milyonlarca insan yerinden edildi. Milyonlarca insan ülkesini terk etmek zorunda kaldı. Buna ait bir çözüm üretilebiliyor mu? Elbette ki hayır. Ukrayna-Rusya savaşı başladı. Bugün 10 milyonu aşkın Ukraynalı Avrupa'nın içerisinde. Peki Pakistan ve diğerleriyle ilgili toplam Avrupa'nın içindeki rakam, deklare edilen rakam 1 milyon 250 bin. Türkiye'deki rakam kaç? 4 milyon sadece sığınan var. Yani mülteci statüsünde var. 4 milyon. 1 milyon 400 binde ikametli var. Yani kaç yapıyor bu rakam? 5,5 milyon. Peki biraz önce saydığım yani Almanya, İtalya, Fransa bu ülkelerin içerisinde bulunan 1 milyon 250 bin kişilik nüfus ve bunların kişi başına gelir seviyesi bizim kişi başına gelir seviyemizle karşılaştırıldığında bu ülkelerin aramızdaki fark ne? Eğer göçe kaynaklık edilen ülkelere müdahale edilmezse problem olur. Yani onlara destek olunmazsa, onlara yardım edilmezse, göçe kaynaklık edilen temel sorunlar çözülmezse, buradaki bütün arkadaşlarıma söylüyorum, buradaki bütün katılımcılara söylüyorum, 21. yüzyılda göç artarak devam edecek. Çünkü bir tarafta refah içerisinde olan bir dünya, bir tarafta yoksulluk içerisinde olan bir dünya. Bir tarafta Amerika'nın ve Avrupa'nın terör örgütlerinin destekleyici tavrı, PYD'yi, PKK'yı destekleyici tavrı. Bu salona bir soru sormak isterim. El-Kaide'yi kim destekledi? Ve kim çıkardı? Amerika Birleşik Devletleri çıkardı. Sonra onu DAEŞ'a kim döndürdü? Yine Amerika Birleşik Devletleri döndürdü. Niçin? O bölgelerin istikrarsızlığının sağlanması için. Ya bunu lütfen herkes anlasın. Avrupa bunu anlasın. Burada bir büyük oyunla karşı karşıya kalınmaktadır. Bir istikrarsızlaştırıcı bölgesel oyunla karşı karşıya kalınmaktadır. Ve bunun üzerinden dönüp hala PKK'ya, PYD'ye destek olmak, yardım etmek, ona kendi senatolarından, onu kendi ülkelerinde meşru kılıklar ...1,3 milyon. Bu insanlar nereden geldiler? Güney Halep'ten geldiler, Orta Halep'ten geldiler. Bu insanlar ilk önce Türkiye'ye gelecek. Sonra da deniz yoluyla veya İtalya yoluyla yılbaşından itibaren İtalya'ya Türkiye üzerinden geçen göçmen sayısı göçmen sayısı kat. Akdeniz rotası da göçmenler için bir rota. Peki bunu engelleyebilmek için, bunu engellemek sadece İtalya İçişleri Bakanlığı ile Türkiye İçişleri Bakanlığı'nın ortak sorumluluğu mudur? Avrupa nerede? Beni bağışlayın. Afganistan'ı Taliban aldığı zaman Avrupa'nın bütün büyük babaları Türkiye'yi yol geçen anına çevirdiler. Zannettiler ki Taliban oldu diye Afganistan'daki herkes sınırlardan çıkacak, Avrupa'ya hareket edecek. Aman Türkiye. Aman bunlara dikkat edin. Ne olursunuz bize yardımcı olun. Avrupa Birliği burada iki yüzlülük ortaya koymaktadır. Çok net söylüyorum. Problemden korktuğu andan itibaren kapıyı çalmaktadır. Problemi kendine geleceğinin azaldığını gördüğü andan itibaren de geri çekilmektedir. Bu çok net ve açıktır. Biz bunu yaşıyoruz. 4 milyon sığınmacı kendi ülkesinde yaşayan bir insan olarak bunu söylüyorum. Biz Müslümanız. Biz her insanı bir alem biliriz. Biz bu insanları ölüme terk edemeyiz. Yani Avrupa'nın kendi iş politikası var da bizim kendi iş politikamız yok mu? Avrupa'nın kendi istihdamı var da bizim kendi istihdamımız yok mu? Kendi iş gücümüz yok mu? Avrupa'nın kendi iş dengeleri var da Türkiye'nin kendi iş dengeleri yok mu? İngiltere bize teklifte bulunuyor. Yani resmen bulunamıyor da. Bize gelen göçmenlerin bir kısmını size gönderelim. Ya biz sizin göçmen deponuz muyuz? Biz sizin bu konuda veya Avrupa'nın biz göçmen deposu muyuz? Biz insani olarak bugüne kadar her türlü adımı attık. Ve şunları sıralamak istiyorum. Bana bir soru sordunuz. Dediniz ki siz ne yapıyorsunuz? Bir, en önemli meselelerden bir tanesini ifade edeyim. Bizim özellikle sorunu kaynağında göçe kaynaklık eden ülkelerde çözmeye yönelik politikamız devam ediyor. Bütün Haziran'a söylüyorum. Bizim Afganistan'a Taliban iş başındayken iyilik trenleri gönderiyoruz. Oradaki insanların kışın donmaması için, gıda eksikliklerinin olmaması için, hayatlarının devam edebilmesi için. Peki bunu sadece biz mi yapmalıyız? Bütün dünya bu konuda 50 bin dolarlık, 60 bin dolarlık kişi başına gelir seviyesi olup burada ölü numarası yapan ülkeler bunları gerçekleştirmemeli mi? Sadece o mu? Pakistan'da geçen sel oldu. Bir arkadaşımla birlikte, yani Çevre Bakanı arkadaşımla birlikte 36 saatte gittik geldik. Binlerce kilometre yol yaptık. Hava, helikopter, aynen kara. En uç noktasına kadar ulaştık. Sadece 100 bin çadır gönderiyoruz Pakistan'a. Dünya nerede? Beni bağışlayın, Birleşmiş Milletler nerede? Pakistan'ın 1/3'ü sular altında. Sadece o mu? Elbette ki hayır. Lübnan 0-2 yaşındaki çocukların süt problemi var. Gıda dahil olmak üzere oraya da iyilik gemisi gönderiyoruz. Pakistan'a şu ana kadar 6 tane iyilik treni, onlarca da uçak gönderdik. 500 bin gıda, 100 bin çadır, hijyen malzemeleri ve göndermeye devam ediyoruz. Aynısını Afganistan'a yapıyoruz. Bizim bütün bunları gerçekleştiriyoruz. Burada söylemek istiyorum. Eğer Kuzey Suriye'de, yani İdlib bölgesinde, eğer biz şu anda 75 bin tamamlandı. 100 bin biriket evi yapmasaydık, bütün sivil toplum kuruluşlarımızla oradaki insanların hayatlarının devam etmesini temin etmeseydik ne olacaktı? göçü kaynağında çözmeye yönelik en önemli anlayışlardan bir tanesi budur. Biz bunun için göçe kaynaklık eden bütün ülkelerde varız. Afrika ülkelerinde varız. Elimizden geleni yapıyoruz. Biz dünyada şu anda insani yardım konusunda şeyi de bıraktım. Kişi başına gelir seviyesi karşılaştırmasında bıraktım. Birinci ülkeyiz. Biz Amerika'dan zengin değiliz. Biz Almanya'dan da zengin değiliz. İyi, ne güzel. İşine gelen istihdamı al. Emeğini sömür, çalıştır. Ondan sonra ama insanların kendi memleketlerinde onlara yardım etmeye böyle bir anlayış ortaya koy. Ne güzel dünya bu. Artı şu soruyu bu salona sormak istiyorum. Yani kusura bakmayın, bir takım gerçekleri ifade etmek zorundayım. Suriye ve Irak, Afganistan uzun zamandan beri kendi iç çatışmaları ve savaşlarla alınan ülkeler. Peki Batı'nın en çok korktuğu nedir? Radikalleşme. Öyle değil mi? Radikalleşme değil mi? Peki bu insanlar yalnız kaldığı zaman, anneleri babaları öldüğü zaman bu çocuklar, eğitimden yoksun kaldığı zaman bu radikalleşmeyle karşı karşıya kalmayacaklar mı? Ben size söylüyorum. Amerika ve Avrupa'nın büyükleri radikalleşmeyi istiyorlar. Kullanmak ve yönetmek için. Yani biz radikalizme, radikalleşmeye karşıyız demeleri esas itibariyle tamamen bir göz boyamacıdır. Çok net. Eğer radikalleşmeye karşı olsalar şu anda Suriye'nin bizim Cerablus, Azez, Mare, Elbap, Resulayn, Tel Abyad ve aynı zamanda İdlib'de yaklaşık 6 milyon insanın güvenliklerini sağladığımız ve insani yardımlarını sağladığımız bölgelerde hiç olmazsa yardımcı olurlar, destek olurlar. Peki 18 Mart mutabakatı var bizim Avrupa ile aramızda. Avrupa Birliği ile aramızda. 18 Mart mutabakatında Suriye'de o insanlara yardımcı olunması, barınmanın sağlanması, güvenliğin teşkil edilmesi konusunda imza atmalarına rağmen Türkiye'nin hangi teklifine evet dediler? Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın Birleşmiş Milletler'de ortaya koyduğu 30 kilometrelik hattın hangi birisine yardımcı oldular? Dertleri o değil. Dertleri bir tane aktris getirecekler, bir fotoğraf verecekler, kendi kamuoylarına biz bu işlerle ilgileniyoruz mesajı vermeye çalışacaklar. Eğer bulabileceklerse oradan içerisinden sömürülecek nitelikli emekleri almaya çalışacaklar ve hayatlarına devam edecekler. Bu politika, bu yani bizim çağcılarımızın yönettiği bu politika maalesef bu konuda son derece tutarsız, son derece herhangi bir sonucu oluşturmayacak, tam tersi göçü arttırabilecek bir politikadır. Peki biz ne yapıyoruz göçü kaynağında yok etmek için? Göçü kaynağında durdurabilmek için. Biraz önce söylediklerimizin yanı sıra Cerablus, Azez, Mare, Elbap, Resulayn ve Tel Abyad'da biz varız. Biz onun danışmanlığını yapıyoruz. Hem insani yardım yapıyoruz hem de orayı ekonomik olarak ayağa kaldırdık. Tarım, sanayi, ihracat, istihdam, güvenlik, altyapı, elektrik, su, adalet, eğitim hepsini sağlamaya çalışıyoruz. Ve oralar Suriye'nin kendi rejimine bağlı olduğu dönemlerden çok daha iyi bir döneme getiriyor. Peki biz burada işgal mi yaptık? Hayır. Tam tersi oranın kendi meclisleri var. Biz sadece burada insani yardımı ve elimizdeki imkanları oraya değerlendirerek onların kendi kendilerinin daha yönetmesini sağlayabilecek bir destek ortaya koyduk. Bizim kimsenin toprağında gözümüz yok. Hiç olmadı da. Ama oradan kaynaklık teşkil eden terör, oradan kaynaklık teşkil eden kaçakçılık, oradan kaynaklık teşkil eden kaçak göç, bütün bunlara karşı tedbir almamalı mıyız? Tedbir almalıyız. Bu bizim en tabii hakkımız, en doğal hakkımız. Peki sadece bu kadar mı? Hayır. En önemli mesele etkili sınır güvenlik yönetimi ortaya koyduk biz. Etkili sınır güvenlik yönetimi ne? Kendi milli kaynağımızla yaptık. Şu ana kadar 1055 kilometre sınır duvarı yaptık. 1055 kilometre güvenlik yolu yaptık. Bunları yaptığımız yerler yılın 6 ayının ancak çalışılabildiği, 6 ayının çalışılamadığı yerler. Coğrafi olarak da çok sıkıntılı yerler. Öyle ovalarda sınır duvarı, sınır güvenlik duvarı, derenin kenarında sınır güvenlik duvarı falan yapıyor değiliz. Eksi 50 derecenin, 55 derecenin olduğu yerde. Yani caydırıcılık ortaya koyabilmek için, ama sadece caydırıcılık yetmiyor. Ve şunu söyleyeyim, 2.600.000 insanın Türkiye'ye girişi orada bu sınır duvarları sayesinde son 5 yılda engellenmiş oldu. Bu az bir rakam mı? 2 milyon Afganlı şu anda İran sınırında bizim sınırımızda duruyor. 6 milyon insan biraz önce bahsettiğim güven sınırımızda bizim güvenli bölgelerde duruyor. Toplam 8 milyon insan eğer karşı taraftan herhangi bir hamle gelirse, güvenlik tehditine kendilerini hissederlerse ne yapacaklar? Ne yapacaklarını söyleyeyim ben size. Türkiye sınırlarını zorlayacaklar. Sonra da Avrupa'ya gidecekler. Bizim bundan sonra bir tek kaçak göçmeni, bizim bundan sonra bir tek kişiyi Türkiye içerisinde tutabilecek gücümüzde, kabiliyetimizde söz konusu değil. Kapıları açarız, Avrupa'ya giderler. Hiç kimsenin, yani bunu çok net söylüyorum. Herkes şapkasını alsın, önüne koysun ve düşünsün. Biz bunun için elimizden gelen her şeyi yapıyoruz. Ben İran İçişleri Bakanı'yla son 2 yılda 11 defa sadece kendim görüştüm. Afgan İçişleri Bakanı'yla veya karşımızdaki muadillerimizle daha önce Taliban gelmeden önce defalarca görüştüm. Risk aldık. Taliban'la irtibat kurduk ve Afganistan havalimanına Türkiye'den şu anda göçmen gönderiyoruz. Yani kaçak göçmenleri gönderiyoruz. Onlarla irtibat kurarak yaptık bunu. Onlarla karşılıklı konuşarak ve diyalog içerisinde yaptık. Avrupa Batı onları bir şekilde dışlarken bunu gerçekleştirmeye çalıştık. Ne yapacağız bu insanları? Geri gönderme meselesi geri gönderme anlaşması değil sadece. Aynı zamanda geri gönderme merkezi. Avrupa'nın toplam geri gönderme merkezi kapasitesi kaç? Ben bizimkisini size söyleyeyim. 20.630 geri gönderme merkezimiz var. 25.000'e kadar çıkarabiliyoruz geri gönderme kapasitemizi. Avrupa'nın kaç? Avrupa'nın toplam ya 20.000'dir ya 21.000'dir. Çünkü böyle bir problemi yok. Ama bizim geri gönderme merkezlerimiz full kapasite çalışıyor. Afganistanlıların geri gönderme oranını bu sene ben size söyleyeyim. %65. Yani her yakaladığımız 100 Afgan'dan 65'ini Afganistan'a geri gönderiyoruz. Pakistanlıların geri gönderme oranını söyleyeyim. %82. Hatta bir ara %117, %120 idi. Sel olunca biraz durmak durumunda kaldık. Şu anda bizim ortalama geri gönderme, yani yakaladığımız kaçak göçmenlerin, kaçak göçle mücadelede geri gönderme oranımız toplam Suriyeliler içerisinde %46, Suriyeliler hariç %67. Dünyanın hiçbir yerinde böyle bir rakam yok. Türkiye bir taraftan göçe kaynaklık eden ülkelerde elinden gelen imkanları ortaya koymaya çalışıyor. Bir taraftan sınırlarını tutuyor. Bir taraftan kaçak göçmeni yakaladığı zaman onu geri göndermek için elindeki bütün imkanları, bütün süreçleri yönetmeye çalışıyor. Bir taraftan da sağlıklı, yani bir geri gönderme mekanizması ve sınır dışı mekanizması var. Diğer taraftan da içeride insanlık adına tuttuğu, bunda kim, onu da söyleyeceğim, İnsanlık adına tuttuğu bütün mültecileri, sığınmacılara en insani ve en onurlu yaşam standardını ortaya koymaya çalışıyor. Bana bir tane örnek gösterin. İngiltere Ruanda'ya gönderecekti. Kaç kişi gönderdi? Güneş batmayan krallık. Ne oldu? Hani gönderseydi? Hani gönderebilseydi? Biz bütün bu ülkelerle kurduğumuz diyaloglar çerçevesinde bunu sağlıyoruz. Türkiye'ye büyük bir haksızlık yapılmaktadır. Ben sevgili kardeşim Bosna Hersek İçişleri Bakanı, Bulgaristan İçişleri Bakanımız burada, bizim her şeyi yapıyoruz. Sırbistan'da sınır polisimiz olduğunu bilir misiniz? Macaristan'da sınır polisimiz olduğunu bilir misiniz? Romanya'da sınır polisimiz olduğunu bilir misiniz? Son Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızla gittiğimiz Hırvatistan'da sınır polisi anlaşması 2 yıldır üzerindeyiz, 3 yıldır. Sevgili Davor Bozonović dostumuzla birlikte ve imzaladık. Sınır polisimiz olacak. Neden? Eğer kaçak göçmen geçmişse sınırlarda bunları bizim polislerimiz kendi, çünkü tırların arkasına saklanıyorlar bazen, bunu tespit ederler. Macaristan İçişleri Bakanı kıymetli dostumla sürekli görüşüyorum. Daha 2 gün önce, 3 gün önce görüştüm. Teşekkür etti. Ve gelişinin 1. yılını değerlendirdiler. Gerek uyuşturucu, gerek kaçak göç, gerek organize suç, gerek kaçakçılıkla mücadele konusunda çok başarılı bir uygulama olduğunu kabul ettiler. Şimdi bütün bunları yapan, bütün bunları yapıyorken Meseleye sırtını dönmek. 18 Mart mutabakatı izledik Avrupa Birliği ile. Biz her şeyi yaptık. Avrupa Birliği ne yaptı? Ya 3 kuruş yardım etmekle, o da toplam bizim bugüne kadar harcadığımızın 1/10 bile değil. 3 kuruş yardım etmekle sorumluluğunu atmış mı oluyor? Tekrar söylüyorum. Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı elbette ki hiçbirimizin kabul etmediği bir savaştır. Biz bunu kabul etmiyoruz. Doğru da bulmuyoruz. Ama lütfen empati ortaya koymak lazım. Milyonlarca insan Suriye'den ayrıldı. Bak, ev sahipliği yapıyor Avrupa. Biz de yapıyoruz. Yetim çocuklarına sahip çıkıyoruz. İnsanlarına sahip çıkıyoruz. Hiç sorgusuz sualsiz Türkiye'ye alıyoruz Ukraynalı kardeşlerimiz. Hiçbir problemimiz yok. Ama Avrupa 10 milyon insanı buraya 10 milyonun üzerindeki insanı buraya alırken karşı karşıya kaldığı problemi hiç Türkiye'ye empati kurmaz mı? Hiç bir gram empati kurmaz mı? Problem yükseldiği zaman Türkiye'nin kapısını çal. Problem kendileri açısından biraz yönetilebilir hale geldiği zaman Türkiye'ye sırtını dön. Yine göçe kaynaklık eden ülkelerde terörü destekle. Onlara moral ver. İngiltere'den Fransa'ya kadar onlara ofis açtır, büro açtır. Onların sırtını okşa. Amerika gitsin, terör örgütünün mensuplarını biz onları etkisiz hale getirdiğimiz zaman başsağlığı dilesin, taziye dilesin. 200'lük ortaya koysun. Sonra bu mesele nasıl çözülecek? Nasıl çözülecek bu mesele? Başka tarafa bakarken bu mesele çözülmez. Göçe kaynaklık eden ülkelere bir vesileyle yardım edeceksiniz. Programlar uygulayacaksınız. Mış gibi programlar değil. Aynen bizim yaptığımız gibi. Biz bu konuda çok tecrübeliyiz. Biz Cerablus'ta, Azez'de, Mane'de, Elbap'ta neler yaptığımızı biliyoruz. Afrin'de neler yaptığımızı biliyoruz. Bütün çocuklar okula gidiyor bu bölgelerde. Nasıl gidiyor? Bütün hastaneler çalışıyor. Nasıl çalışıyor? Bütün güvenlik güçleri, buna rağmen Amerika'nın beslediği PKK ve PYD buradaki istikrarsızlığı arttırmak için, başka bir tehlike söylemeye çalışıyorum. Buradaki istikrarsızlığı arttırmak için oraya havan atıyor, oraya bomba atıyor ve insanlar orada rahat yaşamasınlar diye. Bir şey daha söylemek istiyorum. Türkiye'de uluslararası bir takım yardım kuruluşları vasıtasıyla Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız Avrupa'nın ve Birleşmiş Milletler'in kabul etmediği 30 kilometrelik bantta, yani Kuzey Suriye'deki 30 kilometrelik bantta bir takım konutlar yapılmasını önermişti. Kabul etmedi. Bunu biz başlatıyoruz. Biz bunu anonsunu yaptığımız andan itibaren PKK ve PYD terör örgütü bu projeleri hazırladığımız yerleri bombalamaya başladı. Şimdi size bir soru sormak istiyorum. Amerika Avrupa'ya göç gelsin istiyor mu, istemiyor mu? Amerika Avrupa'ya göç gelsin istiyor. Bu kadar çok net, açık. Avrupa'nın ağababaları da buna ses çıkaramıyor. Bu da çok net ve açık. Yani Irak'ı istikrarsızlaştırarak, Afganistan'ı istikrarsızlaştırarak, Suriye'yi istikrarsızlaştırarak bunu sağlamaya çalışıyor. Ya bu oyunu eğer Avrupa Birliği görmeyecekse hem geçmişine hem de geleceğine aslında ihanet içerisindedir. Bu kadar çok açık ve net. Biz bu tabloyu görüyoruz. Biz bunu yaşıyoruz. Sabahtan akşama kadar yaşıyoruz. Ve aynı zamanda başka bir şey daha yapıyorlar. Bir takım yumuşak güçlerini harekete geçirerek Türkiye içerisinde muhalif partileri de tetikleyerek yabancı düşmanlığı yapıyorlar. Mesela biz Müslümanız. Bizde Sayın Bakan yabancı düşmanlığı olmaz. İçişleri Bakanı'na söylemek istiyorum. Yani bizde yabancı düşmanlığı olmaz. Bizim dinimiz insana ait böyle bir bakışı reddetmiştir. Bizim geleneklerimiz ve göreneklerimiz reddetmiştir. Böyle bir şey biz yapamayız. Böyle bir şey oluşamaz. Yani bir ırkçılık, bunu gerçekleştiremeyiz, bunu sağlayamayız. Ama insani yardım vasıtasıyla Türkiye'ye soktukları bir takım sivil toplum örgütleri ve bunu gerçekleştirdiklerini çok net biliyoruz. İlk İçişleri Bakanı oldum. Bunu Avrupa Birliği'deki o günkü arkadaşlar da iyi bilirler. Meseleyi bundan 6 yıl önce bu olayı tahrik etmek isteyen ve bir takım derneklerin içine sızdırılmış PKK ve PYD, YPG terör örgütüne bağlantılı Bir takım ajan ve provokatörlerin hepsini tespit ettik. Ve bu dernekleri çağırdık, dedik ki ya bunları tasfiye edin ya size Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'nin geçişinde izin vermeyeceğiz. Bir kısmı tasfiye etti. Normal insani yardımları devam etti. Tasfiye etmeyenleri de engelledik. Sonra onları tasfiye ettiler, geldiler tekrar bizden izin istediler. Biz nasıl bir dünyada yaşadığımızı biliyoruz. Ya bir taraftan dünyada göç krizi varken göç krizinin bir ajanlaştırma faaliyetini dönüştürmeye çalışan maalesef bir batı politikasıyla da karşı karşıyayız. Biz bunu da yaşadık. Bunların hepsinin kayıtları bizde var. Kimin ne yaptığı, ne ettiği, ne yapmak istediği, ne ortaya koymak istediği, tamamen bunun kayıtları bizde var. Türkiye'nin burada pozisyonu çok açık ve nettir. Bu pozisyondan vazgeçmeyecektir. Türkiye'nin buradaki pozisyonu kaçak göçle mücadeledir, doğru. Ama hemen yanı başımızda ve dünyanın başka yerlerinde karşı karşıya kaldığı zulümden sığınan insanlara, hele komşularımıza biz sırtımızı dönemeyiz. Biz Frontex'in yaptığını yapamayız. Biz Yunanistan'ın yaptığını yapamayız. Hem tarihsel sorumluluğumuz var hem de gelecek sorumluluğumuz var. Elbette ki Suriye'nin, Irak'ın kendi barışını tesis ettiği andan itibaren bu insanların kendi ülkelerine döneceğini biliyoruz. Onlar da onu söylüyorlar. İdlib'e önümüzdeki günlerde de gideceğim. Birçok kez gidiyorum. Oranın güvenlik sorunu da var. Ama gidiyorum. O insanlara biz güven vermek zorundayız. Onların yanında olduğumuzu biz hissettirmek zorundayız. Onların problemlerini orada görmek zorundayız. Gidiyorum. Ama İdlib'de gördüğüm 75 yaşındaki bir yaşlı nene, torununun kolu kopmuş. Torunun babası ölmüş. Yani kendi oğlu ölmüş. Oğlunu kaybetmiş. Bana söylediği şu: Suriye'de yaşıyor, İdlib'de yaşıyor. Ben Halep'e ne zaman giderim diyor. Yani kendi ülkesinde yaşamasına rağmen kendi doğduğu toprağı özlüyor. Peki Halep kimde? Eğer bu kötü bakış ortadan kalkmazsa, bu şaşı bakış ortadan kalkmazsa, sırtını dönen bir politik anlayış ortadan kalkmazsa, göçü yönetmeye değil, sadece göçü sınırlarda engellemeye yönelik bir anlayış devam ederse, 21. yüzyılda bizden sonra gelen nesiller daha büyük bir problemle karşı karşıya kalacaklar. Ve söylemek isterim, karşı karşıya kaldıkları bu problemlerde de gelecek nesiller özellikle Avrupalı ülkelerin bazılarını lanetle anacaklardır. Bu kadar açık ve net. Ben bunları kendi yüzlerine defalarca söylediğim için burada da rahat bir şekilde ifade edebiliyorum. Biz bu işte bu yakıcı meseleyle karşı karşıya kalan ve bu yakıcı meselenin karşısında çare üretmeye çalışan bir ülke olarak, bir millet olarak bunu söylemek zorundayız. Ben öncelikle Batı maalesef mantık olarak doğuya gelebilmiş değil. Hala kendi topraklarında kalmaktadır. Bu vesileyle uyum stratejilerini de aynı şekilde devam ediyor. Ülkemizde kaldıkları müddetçe kurallarımıza uymaları, kanunlarımıza uymaları konusunda da milyonlarca insanı aynen eğitmeye devam ediyoruz. Türkiye'de sadece 700 bin Suriyeli çocuk bugün okula gidiyor. Bir daha bu rakamı vereyim mi? 700 bin çocuk bugün okula gidiyor. Bunlar öyle kolay küçük rakamlar falan değil yani. Ve bunu Türkiye sağlıyor. Türkiye devam ettiriyor. Türkiye bunu sürdürmeye çalışıyor. Ben bir, göçe kaynağında müdahale edilmesi lazım. İki, Amerika'nın ve Avrupa'nın terör örgütlerini desteklemekten hemen özellikle bu çatışmalı alanlarda destekleyerek oluşturdukları göç akımına son vermeleri lazım. Üç, bu mesele çözülemeyecek bir mesele değildir. Çözülebilecek bir meseledir. Mesela İran'la görüşmeden Afganistan'ın göç akımını çözemezsiniz. Çözmeniz lazım. İran'la görüşmeniz lazım. Ben İran İçişleri Bakanı'yla Afganistan'dan ne kadar haftada 10 günde 15 günde bir göç akımı geliyor, bunu takip etmek zorundayım. Çözemezsiniz bunu. Bunu çözmek zorundasınız. Yani göçe kaynaklık eden, göçe transit geçiş üzerinden gelen ülkelerle oturup bu meseleyi çözmek lazım. Bu mesele çözülebilir. Bu meselenin çözülmemesinin sebebi Avrupa Birliği'nin basiretsizliğidir. Çok net. göç meselesinin çözülmemesinin sebebi Avrupa Birliği'nin basiretsizliği. Bir cümle daha yukarı çıkıyorum. Amerika'nın kötü niyetidir. Çok açık ve net. Bu vesileyle özellikle bunları ifade edebilme imkanı sağladığı için Sayın Bakan'a tekrar çok teşekkür ediyorum. Aynı zamanda da bu meselenin devam etmesi, Allah bizi duyuyor. Allah bizi görüyor. Allah mazlumlarla ve insanlığa yardım edenlerle beraberdir. Biz buna inanıyoruz. Hiç olmazsa bunu burada söyleyebilme imkanına sahip oluyorum. Amerika ve Avrupa Birliği bundan bir ders çıkarır mı? Çıkarmaz. Yani öyle bir ümidim hiçbir zaman yok, çünkü bunları defalarca ifade ettik. Kendi göbeğimizi kendimiz keseceğiz. Onun için ülkeler arasındaki ilişkiler çok önemli. Yani birbirimiz arasında kurabileceğimiz ilişkiler çok önemli. Hele yakın coğrafyadaki bölgesel ülkelerin birbiriyle kuracağı ilişkiler çok önemli. Biz buna aynen devam etmeliyiz. Ve burada da hiçbir şekilde bir ayrım da gözetmemeliyiz. Bu vesileyle çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much, Minister Soylu, for this rather sincere input and observation. I guess this would be a very good idea for the next year's edition of Sarajevo Migration Dialogue, and that is to put empathy as a key word on all panels and discussion rounds, because what you have pointed out is the fact that in our best efforts, we put on the second, third, or completely irrelevant place empathy and being in ability to be in someone else's position. That's why I find examples that you have shared of how much Turkey has contributed to all this phenomena of getting migration, illegal migration under the control is of the high value. And I guess it will take also time while observing the other panelists to get into the shoes of your country and challenges that you are facing on a daily basis. But back to the region of the Western Balkans, with us here is State Secretary of Ministry of the Interior of Slovenia, Branko Lobnikar. I would appreciate your take on Slovenia. You are observing us geographically from north, I would say, when it comes to cooperation and management in the Western Balkans. Do you see it evolving and on a good path, so to say?
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the question. What I can say, it's very hard to be smart after everything what we heard. So I'm modest enough that I don't have any solution for that, but I know something. The only way we can deal with these challenges connected with migration is a dialogue. The opposite of the dialogue is a conflict. And we all learn that the conflict is not a solution because it hurts. The dialogue also hurts because we are different. And with dialogue, we have to understand each other, not only listen to each other, but also try walk their shoes. But sometimes we don't walk the shoes of the migrants. What I would like to avoid is a dehumanization of the migration. They are not things, they are people we are dealing with. And I know something about the Europe. Probably it's not the strongest force in the world. Probably never will be again. But we have something that we have to preserve. It's a decency. Decency in the way we have to deal with other peoples. We need to serve our communities, but the migrations are something that are common for centuries. We are living in migration times. No fences, no force, no police brutality will prevail us in past time. We need to know what we would like to have in the near future. And there is no, I'm very sorry for that, a silver bullet solution. There is a lot of frustration, a lot of different point of views, a lot of disagreement. But we have disagreement in our private lives, in our families, but we still live together. So we are forced, as a small nation in Slovenia, as the Western Balkans, and as a Europe, to find this kind of solution. And I used to practice martial arts a very past time, as you can see. And there is a small proverb in Japan that we are all different like the fingers in the hands are. But if we would like to be strong, we need to put these different fingers into the fist. And then we can address this problem appropriately. It is not a local problem. We cannot deal that within the Western Balkans, but it does not mean that there is no homework to do here. We have a lot of things to do. What we did in Slovenia is as small as we are trying to be very proactive. We are right now developing new strategy of how to think migration that is based on inclusion, a whole society approach. We have to be all in, like in poker. And I know something as a university professor, we have enough knowledge to solve this problem. We have enough money to solve this problem. We never been so rich as we are today. Never in history. So we have to decide to do that. It is going to be hard. It is going to take time. It is going to be frustrated. We are going to follow our own local agenda because we are living in democratic society. It will make us harder to do so. But if we do not follow the common European values like human rights, cooperation, mutual understanding, and respecting differences, we will fail. So each and every challenge has to be addressed as smart as we can do it. And it is on us to do it. For us, we are going to walk small walks. You know, like Confucius say, a way long, 1,000 miles start with the first step. And my good friend of mine, Johnny Walker, says, keep on walking. What we need also to do is to have common understanding that is supported by the policies, rules, and institutional support. Because these are the preconditions for solving this kind of issues we are facing. And rather that we are frustrated and being afraid, what is in human beings, we have to decide that this is a challenge, how we can change our society for not only Slovenian or European good for humanity, for this planet. And migration is a planetarium issue. It's not about Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia, etc. It's a planetarium issue, and it is going to take time, and it's going to be frustrating, listen to each other, but we have to do it. Because, as Angela Merkel said, da ist keine Alternative. Because we don't have any other possibility. So, let's put our heads together, our willingness. Sometimes let's put our egos aside and trying to find something that is going to be good for all of us. Thank you for listening to me.
There is no way around it. We have to face it and go step by step. We need to move now, shall I say, migrate virtually from Sarajevo down to south. Is our colleague online? We are to greet in Greece, Notis Mitaraki. He's a Minister of Migration and Asylum of Hellenic Republic. Kalispera, Minister Mitaraki. We have a technical issue with the sound. Just make sure the microphone that you're using is on.
Can you hear us now?
That's excellent now. Once
Thank
again,
you very
we take-
much. The minister is coming in some seconds. I'm sorry for this inconvenience.
It's all good. It's all good. We will wait.
Thank you. Thank you
observe
very much.
on our screens.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. I will just now need to give us a time frame. We started with certain delay the very beginning of this panel of 20 minutes, but we should have it concluded in 15 minutes time from now in order not to have the afternoon scheduled panels be delayed and the whole over agenda moved. As well, the lunch session is also planned. So I would now kindly ask the upcoming panelists to take notion of time frame here with us. We also have Mr. Nazim Bushi. He's the Deputy Minister of Interior of the Republic of North Macedonia, and Mr. Mirsudin Gredic. He's State Secretary in the Ministry of Interior,
Thanks.
Montenegro, who will have additional comments from the floor, but Minister Mitaraki is now with us. Mr. Mitaraki, greetings from Sarajevo and welcome.
Thank you so much for your very kind invitation, distinguished colleagues, distinguished guests. Apologies for not being able to attend in person today, but thank you for this opportunity to intervene via video conference. This dialogue highlights what we all know well, that migration is a common challenge, not only for Europe, but for the world, driven by multiple factors. And in response, we need a common vision of migration management. Migration needs to be seen in its entirety as a comprehensive issue intersecting with economic development, labor mobility, and security. But we need to be clear, and I applaud the use of the word empathy you mentioned before in the panel. We need, as Europe, to be able to provide shelter to those requiring international protection, but in a coordinated way. Europe has demonstrated its ability to act in such a coordinated way profoundly in the case of Ukraine. But the key message is that the EU countries should invest more in providing legal pathways. Because today, a lot of people coming to Europe asking for asylum, effectively, they are looking for access in the European labor market. And we should be able to provide such access to the European labor market through legal pathways. We need to realize the new realities. And certainly Europe needs to provide more paths for people to come and work. I'll make this point many times. But also we need to provide humanitarian visas. Greece was among the first European countries to provide visas for people needing to come from Afghanistan, where the regime changed last year. We have been a big contributor in taking people directly from Afghanistan through humanitarian visas, but also we need to participate more in relocation schemes, in giving the opportunity to people that need asylum and they're outside the European Union to come into the European Union. But we can't let the smugglers select who comes and lives in Europe. We all have a role to play here, and each of us needs to protect our own borders in both sides, breaking the smugglers' model, disturbing the corridor, while respecting our common values and international law. Irregular migration has made many smugglers extremely wealthy. Smugglers which will invest in smearing campaigns against those that promote the rule of law and the protection of our sovereign right to protect our borders. We need to be clear regarding border protection and migration. Some activists would argue that third country nationals have a so-called automatic right to access the territory, which in their mind trumps border protection. But the Geneva Convention does not encompass an unconditional right to access the territory. If such a right existed, then there would be no passports, there would be no visas. People will be able to fly from any airport to any airport worldwide. But this is not the case. And such act would pave the way for globalized asylum shopping, which is something UNHCR says is not acceptable. This was not the intent of the drafters of the Geneva Convention. Greece is committed to protecting its borders, and we expect our neighbors to do the same. We need to realize that by not preventing irregular departures, effectively, we are promoting more irregular arrivals in our own countries. And as I said, migration is a common challenge, and it is not a geopolitical tool. Rhetoric or action of instrumentalization cannot be tolerated by Europe. And we've seen the incidents with Russia in the borders with Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. Border protection is pressing in times of instrumentalization of migration, when human suffering yields to geopolitical strategies. It is present in the face of migrant smuggling, when human suffering yields to financial gain. And it's demanding in an era of proliferation of fake news, when human suffering yields to media hype. As I said, we cannot allow the smugglers to decide who comes and lives in Europe. And especially as Europe does not neighbor war zones other than Ukraine. But in our case, in the case of Greece, we border countries which are members of the Council of Europe, of NATO, or of the European Union. Our strategy safeguards human lives, as evident by the sharp decline in the last few years of fatalities in the Aegean Sea, as reported by the United Nations, now compared to the peak of the migration flows where borders were more open. Greece is actively protecting human lives, and it is critical that we focus on such positive developments, avoiding misinformation which is disseminated for political or other purposes. There was a recent incident in Evros in August that attracted a lot of media attention. Apparently, there was a dead child. Apparently, there were people at risk. When these people eventually were rescued by the Greek authorities, there were no children in risk. There was no pregnant woman risking their child. There was no missing child. We need to be very careful how fake news are used by activists or smugglers in order to press all of us to open our borders again and experience what Europe experienced many years ago. As I said, migration should not be used for geopolitical gains. And instrumentalization, human suffering, it has happened on several occasions in Europe in the last few years. On the contrary, managing borders requires bilateral and regional collaboration agreements, like the 2016 EU-Turkey joint statement. I've said many times, I said also to the Turkish authorities, both the EU and Turkey, we both have to deliver. Turkey many times complained that the EU hasn't delivered fully. We all need to deliver fully in what we agreed in 2016. But also we need to avoid putting human lives at risk. Each and every day in the Aegean Sea, people going into dinghies, they have no idea how the sea works. They've never been in the sea before. Smugglers put people in small boats trying to cross the Aegean. This is a dangerous route. Likewise, the land borders is a dangerous cold place. We need to avoid putting people at this risk. In our case, we're open to migration, and we're offering opportunities and pathways for legal migration. We have signed agreements lately with Bangladesh, offering thousands of legal permits for people to come and work in Greece, but also we are arranging in a bilateral way return agreements in a dignified way for those not eligible for international protection. Over the last 3 years, my country has seen drastic improvements in asylum, reception capability, and the protection of unaccompanied minors. We have created new reception centers in Samos, Kos, and Leros with the support of the European Commission, and these are centers that fully comply with the very strict EUAA standards. We have reduced the backlog. I think it's a very important human right for us to be able to tell people in a timely and correct way whether they're entitled to asylum or not. And we have been able to reduce the backlog from 200,000 pending applications in the summer of 2019 to around 30,000 today. To conclude, dear colleagues, Greece supports strong cooperation and international partnership on migration management. Being all countries in the corridor of the Eastern Mediterranean and Western Balkans, and to a large extent transit zones for migrants and refugee flows, we share a number of common interests that should lead common action. And I think that's the key message I would like to pass to my colleagues today. In this regard, we have gladly joined regional schemes of cooperation, such as the Joint Coordination Platform initiated by Austria, a key EU partner in the region, and we have become the newest member of ICMPD, a valued international instrument of which Greece will assume the chairmanship in 2024. We stand ready to work actively together with all our neighboring countries in sharing best practices, exchanging information, and facilitating cooperation. Dear colleague, Minister Sikotis, thank you so much for your invitation to the Sarajevo Migration Dialogue and the opportunity to address this distinguished audience. I hope on the next occasion I will be able to attend in person.
Thank you very much, Minister Mitaraki. Notice Mitaraki, Minister of Migration and Asylum of Hellenic Republic, was talking to us live from city of Athens. In order to slowly wrap up our panel, I will now ask for brief, if possible, brief comments from the floor. First, I would like to call upon Mr. Nazim Bushi, his Deputy Minister of Interior of the Republic of North Macedonia, to join us here on stage. Thank you.
Благодарам, председавач, почитувани министри за внатрешни работи и безбедност, почитувани колеги, почитувани шефови на делегации, дами и господа. Ми представува особена чест и задоволство од името на Министерството за внатрешни работи на Република Северна Македонија и од моје лично име да ви се обратам во ова прилика и да се изразам благодарност до организаторите. А воедно би сакал особено да го поздравам нашиот домаќин господин Селмо Цикотич, министер за безбедност на Босна и Херцеговина. Република Северна Македонија со својата специфична географска положба, позиционирана на центарот на Балканскиот полуостров, представува дел од природниот коридор крстосница на мигрантските рути и подрути кои водат од Азија, Африка кон Централна и Западна Европа. Притисокот и транзитот на нелегалната миграција преку западно-балканската рута и во 2022 година останува висок криминалниот пазар со кријумчарење мигранти поради побарувачка за криминални услуги и понатамо привлечен, профитабилен за криминалните групи. Како значајни фактори кои влијаат за влез и транзит на нелегални мигранти низ нашата земја се актуелни војни и политички безбедности кризи на Блискиот и Средниот Исток. неповолната економска и социјална состојба во матичните земји. Воспоставувана западно-балканската рута со поволна географска конфигурација дава можност за брзо и лесно стигнување до Грчка, од Грчка до македонската српска граница, а понатаму кон земјите на ЕУ. Иако во 90% од случаите се користи рутата која води од Република Грција преку територијата на Република Северна Македонија кон Србија, сепак како изрази тренд во последните неколку години и активирање на спротивната рута од Србија низ Северна Македонија кон Грција, која во првата половина од 2022 година интензивно ја користеа индиските и кубанските државјани. Истите нелегално ја преминуваат српското-македонската граница, патуваат нелегално до Грција, каде набавуваат фалсификувани документи за да заминат во земјите на ЕУ, Велика Британија и САД. Еден од главните предуслови за ефикасно управување со границите и со миграциите е ефикасната регионална, но и меѓународна соработка. Па меѓу нашите главни приоритети е нивното одржавање и предлобочување, а и тоа пред се со земјите од регионот, со земјите на транзит, на потекло, со агенциите на Европската Унија, во прв ред Frontex, Европска агенција за гранична служба и крајбрежна стража, Европол и ЕАСО. И на Обединетите нации, Меѓународна организација за миграција, УНХР. Како и релевантни меѓународни организации ОПСЕ, ИЦБМД, ДКАФ и така натаму. Во таа насока дозволите ми да истакнам дека активно учествуваме во бројни меѓународни и регионални платформи, иницијативи и процеси меѓу почестите се за Салзбуршки форум, Будипештански процес, Прашки процес, заедничката координативна платформа, програма за гранична безбедност на Женевскиот центар за управување со безбедносниот сектор, ДГАФ, Конвенција за полициска соработка во Југоисточна Европа. Со оглед на случувањето на така наречен Западно-Балканска рута, во последните години најинтензивна е соработката со земјите кои се дел од неа или пак се во нејзина непосредна близина. А истата е на многу високо ниво, а секако од особено значење се заедничките и координирани операции спроведени во поддршка од страна на некои од веќе споменатите организации. Генерално, безбедносната состојба на државните граници е поволна и не се регистрирани посериозни загрозувања на јавниот ред и мир и јавното здравје како резултат на мигрантската криза. Од друга страна пак, свесни сме дека состојбата може да се промени и во насока на одржувањето на таква состојба, но и за соодветно справување со евентуални иден масовен прилив. Преземаме низ мерки и активности. Дозволите да посочам неколку од нив. Продолжено е време трајањето на одлуката за прогласување на кризна состојба на подрачјето на јужната и северната државна граница, што овозможува непречено користење на потребните национални ресурси и капацитети за справување со предизвикот. Исто така од декември 2015 година, па наваму на јужната граница, континуирано имплементирано меѓународна заедничка операција со помош на ИОМ, во која учествуваат странски полициски службеници од 8 европски земји, од кои 7 се членки на ЕУ: Австрија, Чешка, Словачка, Унгарија, Полска, Словенија, Хрватска и Србија. Со максимален број до 160 полициски службеници во еден момент и кој од март 2006 година па наваму поддржано од Европската комисија. За одбележување е и договорот за статус меѓу ЕУ и Република Северна Македонија, со кој Агенцијата за Европска гранична крајбрежна стража и Република Северна Македонија, која е парафирана во јули 2018 година, а по чие потпишување ќе се отвори можност за распоредување на персонал на Frontex на нашата територија. Покрај тоа, еден од главните предуслови за ефикасно управување со нелегалната миграција и миграцијата воопшто е зајакнувањето на прекуграничната соработка, мислејќи пред се на постоење ефикасен механизам за враќање доброволно и присилно во земјите на потекло. Политиките за реадмисија и механизмите за враќање се од посебно значење за успешно управување со миграцијата, но истовремено се области каде што се соочуваме со сериозни предизвици, особено во делот на мигрантската криза и неможноста ефикасно да се вратат делот нелегалните мигранти во нивните земји на потекло. Верувам, ќе се сложите со мене, главната причина за овие прашање е недостатокот на договори за реадмисија подпишани со релевантни земји на потекло, но и неможноста да се утврди нивниот идентитет и по официјален пат да се извршат соодветни проверки со надлежните служби во нивните матични земји. Досега Република Северна Македонија има подпишано 24 договори со земјите од Западен Балкан и ЕУ, како и договор со Европската заедница, додека пак со соседните земји имаме солидно воспоставена оперативна соработка за реадмисија. Но би сакал да истакнем дека е во тек процес на склучување на протоколи за имплементација на договорот со Европската заедница и со други земји членки на ЕУ, како што се Унгарија, Француската република, Република Латвија, Република Литванија и Република Грција. Од друга страна пак не би смеле да забораваме на земјите кои не се дел ЕУ, како што се Исланд, Руската Федерација и Република Турција, со кои исто така сме во преговори за подпишување билатерални договори за реадмисија. Во таа насока би сакал да истакнам дека новата стратегија за интегрирано гранично управување 2021-2025 година, усвоена 1 март 2022 година, предвидува иницирање договори за реадмисија со други релевантни земји на потекло. Последно, но секако не помалку важно, во успешното управување со миграциите и постоењето коерентна политика за азил, вклучително и статусот на милив и привремен азил, заштита, ефикасна размена за информации за лице на кои има одобрен азил во земјите на транзит и утврдување на нивните идентитети во согласно со законските барања и ограничување на заштитите на податоците. Преточувањето на конвенцијата од 1951 година и протоколот од 1967 година, како и директивите на Европска Унија кои ги регулират азилот и бекалското право во националното законодавство, начинот на нивната имплементација представува поле на меѓусебна поврзаност помеѓу земјите од Западен Балкан. За да воспоставиме коерентна политика за азил помеѓу сите нас во регионот, неопходно е согласувањето на начелата на законите која регулира привремената заштита, која согласно законодавството на Република Северна Македонија дава владата, и тоа во случај на масовен прилив на лице кои непосредно доаѓаат од држава во која нивните животи, безбедност или слобода се загрозени со војна. Граѓанска војна, окупација, внатрешен конфликт, попратен со насилство или масовно кршење на човековите права. Почитувани, во однос на состојбата со трговија со луѓе, Република Северна Македонија станува земја на потекло, транзит и дестинација за жртви на трговија со луѓе. Сузбивањето на кријумчарените емигранти, ефикасното управување со мешовити мигрантски движења, јакнењето на капацитети и размена на искуства и информации, како и меѓусобна поддршка, особено во имплементацијата на европскиот концепт на интегрираното гранично управување и пактот за азил и миграција останува да бидат наши приоритети во справувањето со нелегалната миграција. Клучна активност во борбата против актуелните безбедностни предизвици и тенденции представува напредокот во реализирање на меѓународната соработка за цврстена меѓународна доверба, зголемена размена на информации, која е најдобар доказ за нашата подготвеност да го направиме безбедностниот амбиент уште поповолен, а со тоа и напредокот до европските интеграции уште побрз. Како заклучок, треба да се нагласи дека добрата соработка, редовната комуникација, координација и размена на искуства со другите колеги од земји од Западен Балкан и релевантните партнери од ЕУ во сите горе наведените области се клучни фактори за успех. Фала вам.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your input as well, because it's now widely said that in at least the media, Balkan route is almost not existing as such, but you have given us an insight of the latest development, which is much appreciated. The final floor intervention will be from Mr. Mersudin Gredic. He's State Secretary in the Ministry of Interior of Montenegro, whom I would now kindly ask to address us. with a repeated appeal of a time frame. Much appreciated.
Dozvolite mi da vas na samom početku pozdravim u ime Ministarstva unutrašnjih poslova Crne Gore. Zadovoljstvo mi je da u ovom formatu i na ovom nivou govorimo o izazovu sa kojim se susreće cijeli region. U izlaganjima uvaženih ministara imali smo priliku da se uvjerimo da region ulaže napore kada su migracije u pitanju, ali da nam je potrebna dodatna povezanost i saradnja. Što se tiče Crne Gore, u prethodnom periodu u kontinuitetu smo sprovodili aktivnosti koje se odnose na normativno unapređenje uslova na polju zakonitih migracija, suzbijanja nezakonitih migracija, promovisanja vrijednosti međunarodne zaštite, pune integracije lica koja imaju međunarodnu zaštitu, dosljedne primjene sporazuma o readmisiji, a sve na platformi intenzivne regionalne i međunarodne saradnje i usklađivanja s pravnom tekovinom i najboljom praksom zemalja članica Europske unije. U tom smislu donijeta su dva najznačajnija zakona iz ove oblasti, i to Zakon o strancima i Zakon o međunarodnoj i privremenoj zaštiti stranaca. Kroz ova pravna akta u najvećoj mjeri primijenjeni su evropski standardi, što se odrazilo na kvalitet i efikasnost ostvarivanja prava stranaca, upravljanje legalnim migracionim tokovima i suzbijanje nezakonitih migracija kroz koordinisane i jasno propisane procedure. Također, vlada Crne Gore donijela je strategiju o migracijama i reintegraciji povratnika u Crnoj Gori za period 2021-2025. godina s akcionim planom za 2021. i 2022. godinu. Ukupno posmatrano, pravni sistem Crne Gore je u visokoj mjeri usklađen s pravnom tekovinom Europske unije u oblasti iz pregovaračkih poglavlja 23 i 24. Do punopravnog članstva Crna Gora planira da preduzme normativne aktivnosti sa ciljem potpunog usaglašavanja sa pravnom tekovinom Europske unije u segmentima u kojima trenutno nije usklađena. Posebno bih istakao podršku i saradnju sa asocijacijama Ujedinjenih nacija, Agencijom Europske unije za azil, Delegacijom Europske unije u Crnoj Gori, nevladinim sektorom, Crvenim krstom i drugim subjektima u ovom procesu. Sa Agencijom Europske unije za azil potpisali smo početkom decembra 2021. godine mapu puta za saradnju između Crne Gore i pomenute agencije, kojom je predviđeno da se dodatno ojača već postojeće partnerstvo. Ovdje bih istakao i saradnju sa Međunarodnom organizacijom za migracije, koja crnogorskim institucijama pruža širok spektar vidova podrške u oblasti migracija. U toku je postupak za potpuno usaglašavanje i potpisivanje memoranduma o saradnji između Ministarstva unutrašnjih poslova Crne Gore, Uprave policije i Međunarodne organizacije za migracije u postupku dobrovoljnog povratka stranaca i reintegracije uz pruženu pomoć u državi povratka. Važno je istaći da kancelarija UNHCR-a od 1992. godine pruža snažnu podršku Crnoj Gori na prijemu, zbrinjavanju i traženju trajnih rješenja za izbjeglice sa prostora bivše Jugoslavije i lica registrovana u sistemu azila, sprečavanju apartidije, kao i na izgradnji nacionalnog zakonodavstva i administrativnog okvira koji bi u potpunosti odgovorio međunarodnim obavezama Crne Gore iz oblasti azila i apartidije. Ministar unutrašnjih poslova u vladi Crne Gore, gospodin Nadžić, će ove sedmice u Briselu potpisati administrativni aranžman kojim se uspostavlja saradnja sa Evropskom mrežom za migracije. Potpisivanjem ovog dokumenta Crna Gora će dobiti status posmatrača u Evropskoj mreži za migracije. Ono što je aktuelno i za Crnu Goru veoma važno jeste da je upravljanje migracijama dobilo neku novu dimenziju početkom 2022. godine uzrokovano ruskom invazijom na Ukrajinu. Dakle, zbog velikog priliva ukrajinskih državljana i humanitarnog karaktera koji karakteriše državu Crnu Goru, u februaru 2022. godine uskladili smo svoju spoljnu politiku s Europskom unijom u pogledu pružanja privremene zaštite licima iz Ukrajine. Imajući u vidu podatak da je od početka rata do 1. septembra u Crnu Goru ušlo nešto više od 62.000 lica iz Ukrajine i da je za taj isti period državu napustilo oko 52.000 lica, govorimo o brojci od nekih 10.000 lica koji borave na teritoriji Crne Gore, dakle lica iz Ukrajine. Naravno, ovaj broj se mijenja iz dana u dan, ali u svakom slučaju predstavlja više od 1% ukupnog stanovništva Crne Gore. Od donošenja odluke o pružanju privremene zaštite licima iz Ukrajine do 15. septembra podnijeto je oko 6.500 zahtjeva za privremenu zaštitu, od čega je do sada odobreno 5.500 zahtjeva. I isto toliko lica iz Ukrajine je dobilo privremenu zaštitu u Crnoj Gori. Ova lica ostvaruju sva zakonom propisana prava, uključujući pravo na adekvatan smještaj, zdravstvenu zaštitu, obrazovanje, rad i mnoga druga. Iz svega prethodnog rečenog da se zaključiti da Crna Gora zaista posvećuje veliku pažnju migracijama i oblastima koje ih prate. Kroz saradnju sa partnerima na nacionalnom i međunarodnom nivou ostvarujemo značajne rezultate, ali vjerujem da ima još mnogo prostora za unapređenje te saradnje, posebno kada je region u pitanju. Zaštita naših granica ne utiče samo na naše pojedinačne države, već i na susjede. Dakle, u krajnje moramo biti spremni za punopravno članstvo u Europskoj uniji kada će naše granice biti spoljašnje granice Unije. Zahvaljujem se organizatoru, ministru sigurnosti, gospodinu Cikotiću, na toploj dobrodošlici i naravno svim učesnicima i panelistima. Hvala još jednom i hvala prisutnim u sali.
Thank you, Mr. Gredic, for perspectives of Montenegro concerning our today's topic. 1:15. If it's to be judged according to the first panel discussion, I can say definitely have a proper lunch, because this was tour de force, as French would say. You would need strength, as topics are also highly relevant, and we have 2 scheduled panels. Also, ministers will have to go and work a bit more because there are further bilateral agreements to be signed. I thank you all wholeheartedly, and we will see you here at 2:00 sharp. Enjoy your meal. Dame i gospodo, uskoro počinjemo, te vas molimo da zauzmete vaša mjesta. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall start soon. Therefore, we kindly ask you to take your seats. Thank you.
Dame i gospodo, dobar dan ponovo. Otvaramo sesiju broj 2. Tema druge sesije je povratak i strateški pravci readmisije, te predstavljam paneliste. Gospodin Mirsad Buzar, zamjenik direktora službe za poslove sa strancima, Franciska Kandolf, zamjenica generalnog direktora za migracije MUP-a Austrije. Tu je i Pavel Slivinski, vođa tima za Zapadni Balkan i Tursku Frontex, gospodin Tamer Kilić, šef ureda za regije Zapadni Balkan i Tursku ICMPD i nešto kasnije pridružit će nam se Vencislav Katinov, zamjenik ministra unutrašnjih poslova Bugarske. Sve zemlje zapadno-balkanske rute susreću se sa istim ili sličnim problemima, od problema identifikacije migranata, jezičkih barijera, nedostatka prevodilaca, od nekada i nedostatka i kadrovskih potencijala koji bi trebali odgovoriti ovim izazovima, fenomenima koji prate ne samo ilegalne migracije, nego i određene sigurnosne rizike. Sve to ujedno usporava ili otežava povratak ilegalnih migranata i proces readmisije. Bosna i Hercegovina do sada, moramo reći, da je uradila mnogo posla kada su u pitanju povratci i proces readmisije. Prvo pitanje, počet ćemo od Bosne i Hercegovine. Pitanje za gospodina Buzara. Koliko su udaljenja migranata važan element upravljanja migracijama i kako je Bosna i Hercegovina odgovorila na ovaj izazov?
Prije svega pozdravim sve prisutni u sali, naravno. Ono što je jako važno naglasiti, odnosno što smo imali priliku vidjeti kada govorimo o uvodnim obraćanjima ministara unutrašnjih poslova, evropske komesarke Johansson, jeste da smo vidjeli važnost zapravo povratka. Važnost zapravo povratka kao jednog od ključnih elemenata upravljanja migracijama uopšte. Dakle, jedan jako važan element koji, evo, kako Evropska unija, tako zemlje Zapadnog Balkana, tako i Bosna i Hercegovina se trudi da na taj fenomen odgovori na najbolji mogući način. Suočavali smo se sa mnogim izazovima u Bosni i Hercegovini. Dakle, od početka 2018. godine imali smo jedan povećan priliv migranata. Ministar Cikotić je u uvodnom obraćanju rekao da je preko 95.000 migranata registrovano u Bosni i Hercegovini. Dakle, trudili smo se da napravimo jednu, rekao bih, atmosferu koja će nam moći pomoći u identifikaciji migranata i koja će nam moći pomoći u povratku migranata u njihove zemlje porijekla. Kad govorimo o tome, dakle, prvenstveno mislim na proces registracije migranata, uzimanja biometrijskih podataka od strane migranata, fotografisanja istih, dakle, obavljanja razgovora, pokušaja utvrđivanja identiteta, utvrđivanja bar one zemlje porijekla iz koje oni dolaze. Tu smo imali jednu značajnu podršku i Frontexa kada govorimo o uređajima za uzimanje biometrijskih podataka koje smo uspjeli uspostaviti u svim privremenim prihvatnim centrima u Bosni i Hercegovini. Dakle, pored naših terenskih centara, to smo uspjeli uspostaviti u svim privremenim prihvatnim centrima u Bosni i Hercegovini i pristupili smo, rekao bih, tom problemu s jednog strateškog nivoa. Dakle, Ministarstvo sigurnosti je načinilo značajne korake ka zaključivanju sporazuma o readmisiji sa zemljama porijekla iz kojih migranti dolaze u Bosnu i Hercegovinu. U tom smislu je veoma značajno napomenuti sporazum koji smo zaključili sa Islamskom Republikom Pakistan. To je prvi takav jedan sporazum u regionu Zapadnog Balkana koji omogućava, koji zapravo stvara pretpostavke za efikasno udaljenje i povratak migranata u Pakistan. Pored toga su pokrenuti i značajni koraci na zaključivanju sporazuma o readmisiji sa drugim zemljama, prvenstveno iz kojih ilegalni migranti dolaze u Bosnu i Hercegovinu. To je jedan dugotrajan proces, rekao bih, bio, ali ono što je jako važno jeste da smo konačno uspjeli početi sa implementacijom tog sporazuma o readmisiji kada govorimo o Pakistanu. Nedavno smo uspješno vratili 2 migranta koji su nezakonito boravili u Bosni i Hercegovini i mislimo da je to jedan početak uspješne saradnje sa Islamskom Republikom Pakistan i implementacijom sporazuma o readmisiji sa Pakistanom. Međutim, evo, uspjeli smo na neki način početi saradnju i sa Kraljevnom Maroko. Ambasadorica, njena ekscelencija, je prisutna tu danas, ambasadorica Kraljevine Maroka, ambasade Kraljevine Maroka iz Zagreba. I tu smo zaista imali i ostvarili jednu izuzetnu saradnju sa Kraljevinom Maroko i uspjeli smo protekle sedmice udaljiti 4 migranta u Maroku. Dakle, opredjeljeni smo prije svega na taj proces registracije, identifikacije, pokušaja utvrđivanja identiteta, a onda i saradnje sa zemljama porijekla kako bismo na efikasan način mogli te migrante i vraćati. Zašto je to važno za Bosnu i Hercegovinu? Ukoliko se vratimo na proces liberalizacije viznog režima koji je Bosna i Hercegovina dobila sa zemljama Europske unije, upravo efikasno upravljanje migracijama bilo jedan od preduslova za to. Ukoliko pogledamo strateški i vanjsko-politički cilj Bosne i Hercegovine, pristupanje EU integracijama, ponovo se dakle nameće efikasno upravljanje migracijama kao jedan od važnijih preduslova za pridruživanje Europskoj uniji. Dakle, evo pokušao sam u nekim kratkim crtama dati jedan osvrt i šta smo mi tu uradili po tom pitanju, dakle, kada govorimo o povratku migranata u njihove zemlje porijekla.
Zaista je vidljivo da je Bosna i Hercegovina napravila veliki iskorak kada je u pitanju proces povratka migranata u matične zemlje, dakle u zemlje iz kojih dolaze. Austrija je zemlja Evropske unije koja može biti primjer kako se na efikasan način od početka migrantske krize, dakle unazad nekoliko godina, borila sve do danas i još uvijek bori na pravi način. Evo kako je konkretno Austrija odgovorila na proces povratka migranata u matične zemlje i koliko je sam taj povratak važan, šta vi vidite da bi moglo se učiniti da to se bude još efikasnije, gospođo Kando?
Thank you very much. Let me also start by thanking the Ministry of Security for organizing this conference, which is a very important contribution to managing migration along the Eastern Mediterranean routes. Austria has for years had large numbers of asylum applications. And we have also granted international protection to thousands of people. Let me just mention one number. Since 2015, we have given international protection to 185 persons. This year alone, it was already 14,000. Why do I start with this number? Because I want to underline that it is about the whole system that has to be in place. Obviously, we are all bound by international rules, Austria, like many others, also by EU rules. And that's why it is so important to have all the systems in place, to have a clear asylum system that is also equipped, where we also have functioning structures, where we make substantial decisions, because that's the important basis also to have justification in case a person does in the end not receive asylum and if there is no right to stay in one of our countries. And that's when the return part starts. And the question if a migrant can be returned to a country is very, very important to the credibility of our migration systems. So the return part is one part of the whole migration management system that also has to work, and where we also have to have our systems in place, where we also have to have sufficient capacities. So we have to work on all these steps to have enforceable return decisions. And this requires a lot of work from all of us, but actually we are all going through this process. So I think we can all learn from each other, because it's very difficult for all of us. It's not easy for one of a country in this world to have all elements always in place, and situation also immediately changes in some circumstances. For example, in Austria, we have for years had huge arrivals, but this year is exceptional. We have this year already had, until the end of July, 42,000 asylum applications. So we are currently confronted with a new migration wave, if I may use that word, also that is also composed of different nationalities than we have had it before. Now we have people arriving in Austria who will very likely in the end not get an asylum status in Austria, like for example from India or from Tunisia, or also from Pakistan. So we have to be reactive, but also look into the future and also be in the position to adapt our systems.
Kada vi kao uspješna, dakle, razvijena zemlja, ne možemo pobjeći od toga da nedostaje ili ima političke volje, gospođo Kandolf, samo možete li nam dati osvrt kada sagledate situaciju sada, dakle kako se vi kao jedna veoma razvijena zemlja borite sa procesom povratka i kada vidite Bosnu i Hercegovinu, evo u periodu možda unazad godinu dana, koliko je vidljiv napredak da je zaista naša zemlja napravila jedan iskorak u procesu povrataka?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think we are all in the process of constantly developing our systems. So it's nothing stable. And like I said, we can learn a lot from each other. And I think for the countries that are countries of transit, it is important to understand that one can make a change, because if there's already efficient return procedures for people who are not allowed to stay in our countries, in case we are transit countries, then it will avoid people using this route if there is no likelihood that they can stay. So they will not spend money for smugglers, they will not risk their life. So I think countries of transit should not consider them as countries of transit just managing transit, but they can make a huge difference for themselves, for their security situation, but for the whole route and for all of us, for the whole of Europe, but also I think for countries of origin and for their citizens, if they have efficient systems in place. And that's true for the asylum system. That's true for counter smuggling, trafficking. That's true for border protection, but also for return systems, because that's the element that we need if we want to be credible and if we want to demonstrate that we have rules that everybody has to follow and that we are also in the position to enforce. And absolutely, Bosnia and Herzegovina has invested heavily in the past years and months, and I really have to congratulate you, because it's a very, very difficult job that we are all doing. So I hope I somehow understand what you have been going through. And this is just a starting point. I hope we can together continue having efficient return systems in all our countries.
Hvala vam. Sa nama je gospodin Slivinski iz Frontexa. Frontex koji se nalazi, dakle, u svim zemljama Evropske unije, radi na očuvanju, da kažem, na neki način pomaže lokalnim policijskim, dakle, službenicima. Vi ste ondje uvijek bili gdje je bilo najteže od početka migrantske krize, dakle, kako biste zaštitili granice Evropske unije. Gospodine Slivinski, za početak možete li nam reći, kada je u pitanju, dakle, dolazak migranata, gdje je najteže bilo očuvati granicu?
Distinguished guests, Madam Chair, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, thank you to the Ministry of Security of Bosnia and Herzegovina for inviting me, for inviting Frontex to this important conference. I'm very happy to see that it's the second edition of the Sarajevo Migration Dialogue. Very happy to see that it's becoming a tradition. And we would like to assure that whenever invited, we would like to support the initiative, and we will be glad and honored to be part of it. As Madam Chair said, Frontex has the mandate to be present operationally in the most difficult places in terms of managing the external border of the member states of the European Union. Until 2016, we were a mere coordination agency. So we just took together people from member states, planes, helicopters, ships, and we put them where they were mostly needed. Started in 2011 with a so-called rapid border intervention in Greece, Greek-Turkish border, the land border, and then slightly evolved also geographically. But we were only a coordination agency. It all changed since 2016, where the European Border and Coast Guard regulation really let Frontex do things in operational terms, shoulder to shoulder with border police agencies of Western Balkan region and also others. So Frontex has been active, especially in the southern external borders of the European Union until the migration crisis in Belarus, and then of course what came after the Russian aggression on Ukraine. Now, of course, all eyes are on the eastern borders. Still, the Western Balkans route is a very important migratory route for Frontex. We have been mentioning today, and I specifically noted what the Secretary of State of Slovenia, Mr. Branko Lobnikar, said. He said, we live in the times of migration, and of course it's true. We can say it about any times, but these particularly after the war. But Frontex, as the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, is dealing with only one part of this migration. Greek minister said today, during times of vast migration, it's important to assure legal pathways for people who would like to migrate legally. And of course, it's true. What we have been mandated to take care of is the irregular migration. So addressing the irregular migration. And together with our Western Balkan partners, we are trying to do exactly this by means of operational cooperation, joint operations in two forms. First of all, joint operations with executive powers. So executive powers means ability to take decisions. Frontex standing core officers working shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand with border police of Albania, Montenegro, Serbia, being able to actually do the job, including exercising powers with weapons. If needed, that also is part of executive powers. Now, the second part, the second group of operations that we could do and that we do currently with Bosnia and Herzegovina is the operations without executive powers, the so-called coordination points, where we advise. We are present now in the Sarajevo airport and in the border crossing points in Zupci at the border with Montenegro, where we again work hand in hand with the Bosnian authorities, but we are not in tactical command. We just advise the authorities. In order for Bosnia and Herzegovina to be able to use the full potential of Frontex, a status agreement needs to be in place between the government of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the European Union. Such a status agreement is already in place with Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia, recently also with Moldova. And we are very much looking forward of such an agreement to be in force with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Very recently, the European Union launched negotiations with North Macedonia for such an agreement. So to very shortly respond to your question, Madam Chair. Where is it more difficult? For us, it is more difficult to do our job where we do not have these status agreements, because then we don't have the instruments. Wherever we do have status agreements in place, it's a game changer. It's really the possibilities are big, and we see it already in Albania, Montenegro, Serbia, and Moldova. Thank you, Madam.
Vratit ćemo se Frontexu nešto kasnije, za vas imamo još pitanja. Sada pitanje dakle za gospodina Kilića. ICMPD prati migracije i možemo reći jednostavno okuplja sve one važne aktere, dakle vezano za migracije za jednim istim stolom. Dakle, zalažete se za taj partnerski pristup rješavanja, dakle, migrantskih pitanja, odnosno pristupu upravljanju migracijama. Gospodine Kilić, kao šef ureda za regije Zapadni Balkan i Tursku, kako vidite proces povratka migranata u matične zemlje iz ugla ICMPD-a? Šta mislite da se može unaprijediti pa da to primijene u praksi zemlje Zapadnog Balkana, evo konkretno mi u Bosni i Hercegovini, i da dođemo do još efikasnijih, dakle, povrataka i još boljih rezultata?
Thank you. Thank you. I want to also join my colleagues to thank for the invitation and congratulate Minister of Security and his team for organizing this excellent conference. It's also a pleasure for ICMPD to be here. As Minister Skotić mentioned, today's migration situation, and he's carefully refraining to say crisis. I also agree that migration situation requires cooperation with country of origins along the migration route. But of course, the numbers that we observe, as well as the overall developments, requires a structured approach rather than ad hoc basis cooperation. Particularly, this is valid for the return issues. When we work on return issues on ad hoc basis, not necessarily country of origins are responding positively. Therefore, it requires a more kind of multi-dimension intervention at political level, strategic level, and operational level. First of all, at political level, countries, I think, have to work together to develop a migration agenda together. And this migration agenda should include not only prioritization of the destination countries or transit countries, but also country of origins. Of course, strategically, this political intervention have to be substantiated with also strategic intervention through understanding each other better, operationally, what is needed. And based on that, of course, countries need to agree what are the prioritizations that they can work together, not in competition, but in a complementary manner. Of course, this is not easy, but therefore we are facing difficult on return operation, why it is not working in a structured manner. What ICMPD suggests, of course, to intensify dialogue with country of origins on bilateral basis, but also regional basis. We have also good examples along the region. Today, Minister Soylu also mentioned how Turkey is working with country of origins. And of course, the other European member states are also working with country of origins. And what needs to be done, in our view, Bosnia and Herzegovina has already started to have a dialogue with different countries one-to-one at political level and also operational level to first of all understand what are their needs as well. A country of origin may have also expectation from Bosnia and Herzegovina, not only work with Bosnia and Herzegovina on return issues. They may have interest to work on labor market migration, like today Greek minister mentioned, maybe they are expecting from Bosnia and Herzegovina to offer humanitarian visa or different things. But the important element is to have an agenda which includes benefit of both sides. And of course, it will take time, but when Western Balkan countries start talking with country of origins, not only on return, I think cooperation will be better. But of course, there is another dimension, which is the regional dimension. We consider that not all the solutions have to be found only in some countries, like in this case, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We know that certain countries in the region along the migration route are different type of pressure than others. Therefore, we also promote a regional migration agenda. We have instruments like Budapest process, Prague process, which are facilitating dialogue between Western Balkan countries and country of origins to be able to come up with, again, complementary solutions throughout the region, not only destination countries or in country of origins. So based on that, what we have been also trying to contribute along the migration route to develop national models, national return models, which are implemented by the institutions of the countries at political level and operational level. What is important for us to see that Minister of Foreign Affairs of the countries, or in this case, Minister of Security, leads a political dialogue with certain country of origins, and countries, migration agencies, in this case, Service for Foreign Affairs, leads an operational mechanism to run return operations through using the national institutions with the support of international community. So through complementing all these mechanisms, we consider that work with country of origins can be better, and of course it can be more stable.
Hvala gospodine Kirć. S obzirom na to evo da se ICMPD od samog svog ostvarenja dakle zalaže za taj partnerski pristup rješavanju problema migracija, pitanje za gospodina Buzara. Gospodine Buzar, mislite li da možda zemlje Zapadnog Balkana konkretno između sebe ne komuniciraju dovoljno, odnosno ne razmjenjuju dovoljno informacije kada su u pitanju povratci, i da li bi se tu moglo nešto učiniti da se dakle ta razmjena informacija između zemalja Zapadnog Balkana aktivira na većem nivou i da proces dakle povratka nekako zajednički se ostvaruje i još aktivniji?
Well, maybe I could continue in English. So I think that from this introductory part and from the whole speakers and all interventions, I think that the key message is that we have to work together. I believe that we have the common goal to achieve, and which means that we have to all sit together, talk, and try to, I would say, solve this issue in the best possible manner. So if we are talking about the region, so we mentioned so many times Eastern Mediterranean route, Western Balkan route, the importance of this cooperation is very much needed. So for example, also Minister Tsikoti, she mentioned in his introductory speech that we had this Western Balkan tour, I would say, from Greece to Serbia. So we managed to visit all of these countries and sit and talk with our colleagues in the region. So, and through various projects, I would say, we have a chance to sit and talk with our colleagues in the region. And from that perspective, we can see that we have all same issues, same problems, same challenges. And the most important, we have the same migrants, because all of these migrants are passing through the whole region. They're just changing routes, they're just changing countries. And I think that also several times we heard asylum shopping. So I really need to highlight that we really respect all international conventions, human rights perspective, of course. But we have to understand that this is not only a humanitarian approach, humanitarian issue. This is also, I would say, a security issue. So in that sense, for example, if we look at the region of the Western Balkan, then we can see that, for example, we cannot find specific data on migrations in the Western Balkan region at one place. If we try to look at those data and try to find those data on websites of ministries of interior or any other websites, you cannot really find it. So I think that would be crucial to have that kind of data on one place, how we could monitor the situation in the Western Balkan region whenever we want, whenever we need that kind of, I would say, analysis. So, and then what we've seen, it's kind of different approach, not coordinated approach in the Western Balkan region. We've seen that kind of problems also within the EU. If we just go back on 2015, there were so many different approaches within the EU countries. Some of the countries said, okay, we don't want to have migrants here. The burden sharing didn't work. So we've seen so many difficulties in EU countries, but they managed to align legislation, procedures, and everything. So we cannot see such a situation in the Western Balkan region. I think that someone also mentioned visa regime in the Western Balkan. So the EU harmonized their visa regime, and we, when I say we, I mean all the Western Balkan countries, should align our visa regimes with EU acquis and EU visa regime. So which means, but now in the Western Balkan region, for example, we have the situation that we doesn't fully respect this EU visa regime. Of course, I know we have all the countries in the region, they have their own national interests and so and so, but those kind of approach affects situation in the regions. So what we are facing right now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are facing with migrants from some countries that we didn't face before. So for example, we've seen a lot of people from Burundi. We've seen a lot of people from Cuba, from India, from Nepal, from all of these countries. The Pakistanis were the highest present here in Bosnia and Herzegovina before. By signing this readmission agreement with Pakistan, we managed to decrease the number of Pakistanis in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, as I said, from the beginning of this year, so we have like top is Afghanistan, Afghanistan, and those countries that I mentioned just before. So what I'm trying to say that despite all of these, I would say national interest, we have to see, can we come up with the same solutions, with the same alignment and harmonization of the laws of the approach of the migrants. Implementation of readmission agreements in the region is very important. So for example, I remember a situation where our colleagues, when we sit and talk, they said, okay, so the readmission between Montenegro and Albania didn't work before. So I remember also when we visited Frontex a couple of times, we were discussing about these issues. And of course, with our colleagues from Europol, Interpol, their data were saying that the smugglers are choosing the best possible routes. One of the key elements, what they are trying to figure out is, does it implementation of readmission works on their routes? So we have to try to do some more to implement readmission agreements in the region, but also we have to focus on readmission to their countries of origin. So for example, we had very, very difficult situation here in Bosnia and Herzegovina if we go back to 2018, 2019. So the mayor of Bihać is present here. The police commissioner from Unasan Canton is also present here. So we have many difficulties and many issues. And I can remember when we had the questions, okay, there was a couple of migrants. They were also interesting from the security perspective because they were violating the laws here. So I know we send them back, for example, to Serbia in accordance with the readmission agreement. But after a couple of days, we have them here again. So we couldn't explain back then in 2018, 2019, if we really send someone back, how he can come back again. So readmission agreements in the region and their implementation is very important because of these smuggling networks, because of choosing best possible routes. But on the other hand, also we have to work together on not only implementation, but also on focusing on readmission agreements, but also cooperation. So let's be honest, some of the countries, they doesn't want to conclude readmission agreements. They don't have to. If we have cooperation with them, if they want to cooperate, if they I would say in a real fast manner determine someone's identity, if they issue us travel documents, that's completely fine. So I'm really glad perspective of EU, that I can see that we don't have only a partners. I can see that we have a friends. So the minister also mentioned before our gratitude to some countries that they are supporting us, that they are helping us, starting from Switzerland, starting from Austria, from France, from all the other countries that we can really see that we have a friend that we can rely on. So I think that this is very important. If you are talking about building, if you are talking about capacity building, especially through this workshops, conferences, because that is the time when we could sit together, where we can share experiences, where we can talk about all the issues what we have right now. So we had so many projects. I have to mention Pilsberg, I have to mention IAM. Through this project, we had a chance to sit and talk with our colleagues in the region, with our colleagues with the EU countries, and to see what they have to say about this, to see can we come up with the same approach, having in mind that we have the same goal. So this regional approach is very important, coordinated regional approach, which is I would say very, very essential. Thank you.
Gospodin Slivinski iz Frontexa se javio za riječ, a svakako vezano za razmjenu informacija, dakle pitanje se jednim dijelom odnosilo, planirala sam da vas svakako pitam to, zato što Frontex je jedan primjer, dakle, sjajne razmjene međusobno, dakle, informacija, što omogućava da svaka zemlja, recimo Italija, Grčka, u svakom trenutku, dakle, sve zemlje gdje ste prisutni budu spremne čak i unaprijed za određene operacije na terenu, što dovoljno govori koliko je taj partnerski pristup važan i ta razmjena informacija. I evo, možete odgovoriti, a možete se i osvrnuti na pitanje.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mirsad, if you allow, I would like to add an example to what you said about the readmission agreement between Bosnia and Herzegovina and Pakistan in the context of information exchange between the partners in the Western Balkan region. The question was whether we are doing enough, whether the Western Balkan partners are doing enough in terms of exchanging information between themselves. And I think one very, very good example, a very fresh one, is how the authorities of Bosnia and Herzegovina invited other Western Balkan partners to their planned mission to Pakistan and to participate in the planned activities that are aiming at operationalizing this readmission agreement with Pakistan. This is, I think, a good example of how it should work. Of course, the other side, the flip side of the coin, is whether the partners are ready to say yes to such a proposal and whether they are ready to jump on board. I feel we are treading on the path of what was discussed in the return conference in Ljubljana, organized by Joint Coordination Platform and Hillsberg International in June, where we said exactly in this regard, we named these steps that Western Balkan partners could take to bring this cooperation on return and readmission to a higher level. Obviously, cooperation with countries of origin is a must, but it's easier said than done, especially for a small country. So, grouping countries in efforts towards countries of origin was our proposal. Even grouping Western Balkan partners and EU member states, and also other countries in the vicinity, in speaking to Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, as we heard today, speaking to Afghanistan about Afghani migrants is not enough. You also need to speak to Iran, and it's absolutely true. So again, cooperation and communication between Western Balkan partners is a must, but it's not enough. And it takes much bigger efforts and longer efforts to make things happen. And this starts with, as Mirsad said again, cooperation with countries of origin that needs to be rooted, that needs to be built step by step. Trust needs to be built up until the moment where you are on speaking terms with your partners in the countries of origin, where you know the so-called soft spot, that you go to the mission there, again, not alone, bring other countries with you, and you know where to hit the right tone. What is it that the country of origin needs from you? It's rarely in the area of migration. It might be in fisheries or in tourism. But you need to know this soft spot. And sometimes it's difficult for you to identify it, but your neighbor might know it. And this is where this information exchange comes very handy. And this is where using also the know-how and best practices of European Union member states, EU institutions and agencies and international organizations comes potentially useful. The European Union can help you in this a lot. Frontex in itself can help you in this a lot. We, as you know, unfortunately, we do not have a mandate to actually administer returns from Western Balkans to countries of origin, but we can help you build your capacities to do it based on standards used in the European Union. And apart from this bit, that is cooperation in the area of return, we have been for the last 12 years, investing a lot in your information exchange in the area of risk analysis. Risk analysis is the beginning and also the end of the whole process. And in order to have good cooperation with countries of origin, you need to first to know which countries of origin you need to target. You need to be able to identify your migrants. And for this, again, you need cooperation with countries because you need to have contacts in the embassy that will tell you, yes, this is very likely our citizen that we are talking to here. So for now, this is it. Thank you.
Samo, gospođo Kandolf, dakle, Austrija, kada je u pitanju proces povratka migranata, šta biste istakli? Koji su najveći izazovi, najveće prepreke na koje ste naišli, a da ste se s tim izborili kada su povratci u pitanju i kako ste te prepreke prebrodili?
I'm sorry, but my device didn't work. Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, but I didn't hear the translation. Obstacle and challenges. Okay, thank you. Obstacle and challenges, I think they're the same for everybody here. It's first of all, where does migrant come from? Am I in the position to identify a migrant? Will the embassy, the consulate then also give green light to that? Do I have a readmission agreement or do I have a standing cooperation with that country without having a readmission agreement? Changing persons, because it's sometimes you have a good understanding with a person at a consulate and there is a process set up and then this person goes back to its capital and then you start from scratch. Also the question of how you therefore elaborate a long-standing cooperation. Like you have explained, it's always a question of give and take. At the same time, everybody is obliged to take back her own nationals, like we are also as Austrians obliged to take Austrians back. So this is something we shouldn't forget. So it's at the same time important to also find a way how you can tango together. And this is like you have said, something that needs trust and that needs cooperation that is not ending at some point, but you need to have your ministers visit. You have to have cooperation between the respective ministries, ministers. You have to know who to talk to. And you have to have the political support and will also within all ministries, because sometimes ministries of interior or security are left alone, and they need support sometimes from trade, sometimes from foreign affairs. So you also have to have an interministerial approach. Then you have to have an approach between, in our case, the EU 27. You have to have the Commission on board. You have to have all EU member states walking in the same direction, which is sometimes a challenge because we all have specific bilateral relations. So actually, it's work in progress. Yeah, you need a lot of patience, and you must never ever give up in investing in relationships. That's it. And I think it's always good to try to have voluntary return. I think our Danish colleagues have a perfectly set up return agency where they invest a lot in return counseling, and they are real experts on that. But at some point, you also have to make clear that forced return is the only way forward. And this also has to be clear to everybody and clear from the start. So invest in counseling, invest in information provision, also try to make it as easy as possible to go back, to also build up a new life in your country of origin, but also be clear about the matter of fact that in the end you have to return to your country of origin.
Gospodine Buzar, znamo da se najčešće pominje Pakistan i da su migranti u Bosni i Hercegovini najmnogobrojniji bili upravo iz Pakistana, ali šta je recimo konkretno sa Marokom? Evo, prije nekoliko dana imali smo dakle udaljenja 2 Marokanca, znamo i da ste dakle razgovarali sa ambasadom, radili se na tome da se ostvari sporazum na tom polju sa tom zemljom.
Well, Bosnia and Herzegovina is working on that issue, of course. So we are trying not to come up with the readmission agreement with Morocco, but also with all the other countries of origin where the migrants are coming from. So we'll do our best, but of course, it's not only about us. It's up to the countries of origin. Are they willing to cooperate? Are they willing to come up with this readmission agreements? But as I said, if we are talking about Morocco, and Her Excellency is present here, that is very good example of cooperation, even without a readmission agreement, because all the countries, as far as I know, are obliged to accept their own nationals if they are coming back to their countries, if they are coming back to their countries. So that's why this is a very important step with Morocco, and I hope that we will also make some other steps when we are talking about forced return with some other countries. But I must be honest, so we are facing with so many challenges and problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So for example, we had a situation last year when we established this kind of communication and cooperation with Bangladesh. So we managed to determine I think some 20 identities of Bangladeshis, and we got these travel documents for them, but at the end we didn't have the financial means to send them back to their homes. So even when some country is willing to cooperate, then we have some other obstacles, and we couldn't send them back because of the lack of financial resources. So we are counting on EU because the EU strategy is developing and strengthening cooperation with countries of origin, but also with transit countries. So we are a transit country here, and the EU supporting us. So this migration management and so many migrants who were passing through Bosnia and Herzegovina needed a lot of financial support. So EU really supported us. So if we are talking about forced return, now with this new budget, so I think that we will have 500,000 euros for the next 3 years, only for the purpose of the return, either voluntary or forced return. So this would be concrete support us in our in what we are doing right now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because we have shown that we can do this with Pakistanis, with Moroccans. I also mentioned this Bangladesh, but we will try to open this kind of cooperation with all the other countries. So we just needed this kind of support, and of course, EU can support us. EU can support us in I would say, establishing good cooperation with countries of origin. So you have a lot of experience in that. And I think that we've heard that EU countries cannot send anyone back to Afghanistan right now because of the security situation in Afghanistan. Well, I think that the Turkish minister, he mentioned that they are sending back people to Afghanistan. So I was a little bit surprised. I really don't know how they're managing that. Maybe Tamer could explain us that part, but that's very important. And if we go back on that turnover in Afghanistan, where Taliban took over the governance again, I think that we were all have the same question: what will happen? Can we face the influx that we faced in 2015-16? So EU managed that in a manner that neighboring countries accept all of these refugees from Afghanistan. And I said that from the beginning of this year. So we are facing with the highest number of Afghanistan, but we're always asking ourselves: are they really Afghans? Are they coming from Afghanistan or not? Because we have seen so many times so far that they are claiming that they're coming from the regions or from the countries where we have insecurity or unsecure situation, political turnover, and so and so. So this was very important. So for example, we managed to organize so many trainings for our staff, for our inspectors, for foreigners who are dealing with migrants every day. Various trainings who would help us to determine their identities. They will help us to have a proper interview with them, trying to identify vulnerable groups, potential victims of trafficking in human beings, how we could help them, how we could support them. So that's why we are trying to open this kind of communications, these kind of channels with all the countries that we can do that.
Gospodine Kilić, dakle, vi ste i za Zapadni Balkan i za Tursku, dakle, šef ICMPD-a. Ono što me zanima, dakle, kada je Turska u pitanju, dakle, zemlja koja je prva bila na udaru te krize, taj najveći teret je podnijela i sve se to prelilo na ostale zemlje i Zapadni Balkan. Evo kad gledate, dakle, Zapadni Balkan i taj partnerski strateški pristup, dakle, rješavanju problema migrantske krize, vidite li vi da ima dovoljno volje za taj zajednički pristup rješavanju ovog problema? Kako na to gledate? Evo kada uzmete sve zemlje Zapadnog Balkana.
Thank you. If I well understood question about of course, will of Western Balkans to resolve the migration situation, by all means, yes, of course, there is no doubt about it. It's just a matter of the conditions, different challenges that Western Balkan countries are facing. And it's not easy, of course, for Western Balkan countries to work with country of origins like Turkey is working because of geographical element, because of political relations. What makes Turkey in a kind of different situation due to the traditional relations, political relations, and also because of the pressure that Turkey has been under. Turkey has prioritized migration dialogues with country of origin since many years, especially last decade, when new migration agents established in Turkey. One of the things that Turkey did, and happily ICMPD also contributed, launching a dialogue with Afghanistan, with former government, one-to-one, and they didn't know each other at all, migration agencies. And they started from very basic level, and it went up to presidential level, talking about migration in different contexts, which resulted starting with voluntary return operations and charter flight operations led by Turkish authorities, not international community. And they also managed to continue this when Taliban took over through different dialogues. So Turkey does return operations to Afghanistan without the involvement of international community. So through their also financial means. But this is a good example to show what one country can do when you combine political dimension and operational dimension. Happily, ICMPD, thanks to funding from Netherlands, Norway, and all other Denmark or other partner countries, we also managed to support Turkey to establish national return program led by Presidency of Migration Management, like SFA of Bosnia and Herzegovina, supported by Red Crescent of Turkey, who are doing return counseling, assisted voluntary return operations, and they are also doing reintegration assistance in country of origin in Pakistan through their counterparts. And there is no involvement of ICMPD or international community. So this is the success. And what we suggest also for Western Balkan countries, combined with the political dialogue, through establishing this type of national mechanisms, as also Mirsad mentioned, with the kind support of EU and other countries on financial aspects, the system can work. So therefore, willingness will be also substantiated with the operational success. But once again, understanding of country of origin is also important. Not only asking them, let's work on return, but let's do something together for benefit of all sides. Thank you.
Evo, uskoro i privodimo kraju ovaj panel. Voljela bih opet da se osvrnemo na našu zemlju, Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Dakle, neizostavno jako je vidljivo dakle, da je Bosna i Hercegovina napravila iskorak kada je u pitanju proces povratka migranata u matične zemlje. No, jedan od problema koji svakako ovaj proces otežava je taj nedostatak sredstava, ali evo, na sve načine naša zemlja se zaista bori i uz pomoć Evropske unije kako bi taj proces povratka što bolje realizovala. Pa bih voljela sada, evo, pred kraj ovog panela, gospodin Buzar, ako može da nam napravi dakle, taj osvrt, da li ste zadovoljni kada se vratimo unazad, dakle, na početak one 2018. dakle, udarno, kada je migrantska kriza bila aktivna u Bosni i Hercegovini, evo gdje smo danas i kada je sami proces readmisije, dakle, tog, odnosno sporazum o readmisiji, taj proces povratka migranata, evo gdje smo danas, da li smo napravili taj veliki iskorak, a jesmo, kako vi to gledate, jeste li vi zadovoljni, dakle, kao služba za poslove sa strancima koji ste uz Ministarstvo sigurnosti na prvoj liniji kada je u pitanju upravljanje migracijama u Bosni i Hercegovini?
Okay, so as I said before, we had really difficult times back in 2018 because at the beginning we didn't have temporary reception centers where to accommodate all of these migrants. We were, I would say, surprised with such a huge number of arrivals in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I would say the dominant aspect all of this time in Bosnia and Herzegovina was, I would say, this political aspect of this migration crisis in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I think that also Francisca mentioned the political will, and I think that we heard that phrase a couple of times this morning and today. And I think that we had a lack of political will in Bosnia and Herzegovina to solve some of these problems. So, for example, I'm coming from Service for Foreigners Affairs, which is an immigration service of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we have 240 employees, and we are covering whole territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we have 65 inspectors for foreigners who should be on the field and with the main focus of monitoring of stay on and the movement of foreigners in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think that you can imagine that it's very hard to do that part with 65 people on the field. So besides this migration part and illegal or irregular migrations, we also have our regular duties with, certifying of invitation letters, approval of temporary residence, permanent residence, and all the other aspects of immigrations in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we are facing with lack of resources. So we don't have enough manpower to do all of these tasks and challenges that we are facing with. So during this crisis, we have support from the EU side. So we managed to employ temporarily some stuff, but and trying to, I would say, come up or try to avoid all of these problems with this kind of approach and with new stuff. And I said 2018, 2019, no reception centers. So many migrants sleeping outside, sleeping rough. I would say without proper control, without proper assistance and help to all of these migrants. And IAM was what had, I would say, a crucial role back then, because the state didn't have resources and everything to take over and open these temporary reception centers. And IAM did a great job. We go back then, and now this is completely different situation, I would say, than back in 2018. We had so many problems because the main point was the migrations were, and all of these temporary reception centers were open only in, I would say, one part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the main focus was on Una, Sana canton and the city of Bihać and Velika Kladuša as well. So I can say that they were a little bit angry on Sarajevo, on institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina, why we cannot do something more about that. So we had that situation in Lipa. I believe that you have all heard of Lipa when that temporary reception center burned down. And I think that that the state showed then that we can achieve a lot. We come up with the conclusion, and from the presidency level, from the council of ministers level, armed forces were deployed in that area to establish this provisional camp just to save those lives, because we had almost 900 migrants sleeping outside without any proper shelter, without anything. So we managed to overcome that kind of situation, and the Ministry of Security and the Service for Foreign Affairs really did a great job. So I would say working in that kind of political environment and all the challenges back then, I think that we really did a lot. So I'm always saying that I'm really proud on our staff, what they managed to achieve so far, and without them, we really couldn't make it more. So I'm really satisfied, and not only me. The most important thing is when I talk to Mayor of Bihać, when he say, okay, the now situation in Bihać is good, is okay. We are not, I would say, overcrowded with migrants. So what we did, we had a lot of, so besides regular temporary reception centers, we had so many places where migrants, I would say, choosing to stay, abandoned buildings, abandoned factories, and so on. So because of their own safety and security, we started to move them from those kind of buildings to temporary reception centers. Why? Because we had some reports saying that there's a violence over there, because these places we couldn't control. They were out of control. So we wanted to remove migrants to the temporary reception centers where we can provide them all necessary assistance. So we managed to close all of these places where they were staying on their own, I would say. Now, as I said, when Mayor of Bihać say, okay, the situation is good, then I can say the situation is good. Whenever a journalist doesn't call us and ask for the statements or whatever, we know the situation is really calm. As I said at the beginning, we have 4 temporary reception centers, 2 in Sarajevo, 2 in Sana canton, with total of 2,300 migrants. So from 2,000 to 2,300 migrants in the last couple of months. So I think that we really did a great job, and we know that we are doing a good job, because when we hear our colleagues from EU countries, and I think that we are on a good way, that we have the same goal, and we are trying to achieve that goal, I would say, all together and jointly. Thank you.
Kao što je gospodin Buzar nekoliko puta pomenuo grad Bihać je možda najbolji primjer, u stvari ako uzmete snimke unazad 2 godine, koliki je teret taj grad dakle pretrpio i kakva je situacija u Bosni i Hercegovini bila sa migrantskom krizom, kada je u jednom danu u tom gradu znalo biti po čak 10.000 migranata. Ako sada odete u grad Bihać, zaista vidjet ćete jednu drugačiju sliku. Svi su se borili dakle da jednostavno pitanje migranata se dovede pod kontrolu. Ono što još možemo reći da svakako i zaključiti na neki način ovaj panel, da treba nastaviti raditi na intenziviranju komunikacije i saradnje sa zemljama porijekla i tranzita, dakle kada su migranti u pitanju i proces povratka migranata, a sve naravno to s ciljem kako bi se podržali dobrovoljni i nedobrovoljni povratci i olakšala njihova realizacija putem redovnih i čarter letova, evo kao što smo i mi ostvarili tih nekoliko povrataka u posljednje vrijeme. Da li ima pitanja sa govornice? Ukoliko pitanja nema, narednih 15 minuta imamo pauzu za kafu, a potom počinje treći panel. Hvala.
Dame i gospodo, uskoro počinjemo. Molimo da zauzmete vaša mjesta. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall start soon. Please take your seats. Thank you. Sad ovako. Dame i gospodo, još jedanput vas pozivamo da nam se priključite jer je vrijeme za treći panel. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we call upon your attendance. Please do join us as the third panel is about to start. Thank you very much. Priđite nam slobodno bliže. Kako nas je nešto manji broj u sali, budete slobodni sjesti u prve redove. Da bismo lakše koordinirali vaša pitanja, ukoliko ih budete imali pred kraj panela, pitanja, komentare i zapažanja. So this third and last panel for today will be conducted in English. I hope the translation is working. Good. I'm switching now to English and we'll keep in English for the rest of planned schedule. However, we will do a bit of energizer if my panelists agree. This is the third panel in a row. The quality of air in the conference room is not the optimal. I need you concentrated and awake. So in order to obtain that, I'll walk a little bit around and use my microphone. So this is a sign for colleagues for me to switch and to be able to talk and walk and talk. This is going to be a very short, effective, potentially fun exercise. We will see where is our collective and individual stream of consciousness going. Now you might ask how we do that. The technique is very simple. It's called free associations. I will be the first one giving the first term, noun, or item for you to think about. And I will ask the next person to give me his or her first association onto the term I have given and proposed to you. At some point, we will conclude with many different associations, hopefully leading us somewhere. So I see very kind face, determined as well, with whom I would like to share the term, which is going to be our kickstart term. So when I say migration, what's your first association?
People on the move.
People on the move. What would be your first association to people on the move?
Migration crisis.
Interesting, migration. So we have started with migration, coming back to migration crisis. Let's mix it up a little bit. To one of our panelists, migration crisis. What comes to your mind first?
Common solutions needed.
It's very interesting. You do not give me one term. At least you give me three. Common solutions needed. Okay, one is probably not enough. Common solutions needed. What do you say? One word or multiple? Change. There you go. Change. I will not give too many hints further on. When you hear change, what do you deliver? Whatever comes to your first mind, do not rationalize, think about it, just what drops in, that's
Duplications. Duplications.
replication.
Duplication. Sorry, when you have it multiple times.
Ah, multiplications, okay. From change to multiplications to end with? There is some whispering happening. I did not say it's forbidden, it's your own stream of consciousness, not of your partner in crime, so to say.
Political will?
Political will. We cannot escape politics, even though further we go here. And after political will, we might conclude with what? A lot of work. A lot of work. So there is no circling around. Thank you all. We did not manage to have all of your associations, but it comes back to that, a lot of work. However, I find it interesting that in a lineup of associations when it comes to migration, one thing did not come to you, And that's the phenomena that we're going to discuss on a third panel with our distinguished panelists. That's human trafficking and people smuggling. Unfortunately, very common, also in the region of the Western Balkans. We will have experts with us giving us their respective inputs. I will join them. I shall stand no more, but I'll keep the mobile microphone. Feels way more comfortable. Ladies first, with us is Laura Lungarotti. She's sub-regional coordinator for the Western Balkans and IOM Bosnia and Herzegovina Chief of Mission. Good to have you with us. John Kennedy Mossotti, he is UNFPA representative not only for Bosnia and Herzegovina, but he's also country director for Serbia and Republic of North Macedonia and director for Kosovo. Good to have you with us, Mr. Kennedy Mossotti. Some faces are here very familiar to me, at least for the past few months. We had different conferences to host and present. Samir Rizzo is Assistant Minister, also warm welcome to you. It is vital for us that we have the regional contribution to this third panel. Andreas Nagy, he is with us here on behalf of European Migration Liaison Office as its officer, warm welcome. And the first neighboring country of European Union to Bosnia and Herzegovina is Croatia. With us today, Zoran Niceno. He's head of Border Police Directorate. We shall start with Mrs. Lungarotti. Actually, one of the recent conferences we did here, I think it was the same hotel, by the way, was also trying to address human trafficking and people smuggling, the way how to prevent it and put it under the control. In that context, it would be precious for us to hear, how do you see capacity building activities in the region, but also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in a sense, from IOM's perspective? Do you see them equal, or still there are specific differences in capacity building in the Western Balkans?
Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to have the Minister of Security organizing this conference and also having a panel on trafficking and smuggling. Of course, it's a key topic that crosses across various issues, from national security, but also very much migration governance, and ultimately human rights. So obviously from the UN and IOM perspective, we are looking at the issue very much from a human rights and migration governance perspective, and I'm sure my fellow panelists will also complement from the national security perspective. One point that I want to pick up before responding to your question is some of the remarks coming this morning were pointing out very, very gladly appreciated by us to the support that the UN and IOM and UNHCR, UNFPA and UNICEF have been giving to partners in the Western countries to face the challenges related to mixed migratory flows. And I could very much also notice with pleasure, I would say that there is a progress in this support. Initially, at the height of the crisis, 2015, 2016, and then 2018, it was very much substitution. In the rush of providing immediate emergency support, we were in the front line and very much substituting the states. Over time, partners, and we see this every day across the whole Western Balkans, have been able to step up to increase their capacities and respond to the challenges, and hopefully turning them into opportunities. And here we are today, where the Minister of Security is convening all his fellow partners around the topic of migration. He's owning the topic. So it's really a pleasure for us as UN in really stressing the support role, this technical support role, and not the substitution role, which was an abnormal, I would say, and just facing an emergency. So that's already very good. And here we see how capacities have evolved very much. Now, when it comes to trafficking and smuggling of migrants, I want to maybe shock you a little bit, given that we are after afternoon, and tell you that actually, despite the enormous efforts ongoing on the topic globally, the numbers of people who are in trafficking-like situation is increasing. It's increasing every year. I mean, IOM has just released this year the global estimates on modern slavery together with ILO and Walk Free. And today we are having 49.6 million people who are in a trafficking-like situation. So 1 in every 150 persons is trafficked. Like, let's look at this room. We are maybe 150. At least one of us is in a trafficking situation, either forced labor, forced marriage, or sexual exploitation. Why is that? Why we are unable globally as international organization, as states, as the European Union, as the UN to tackle comprehensively this issue? I don't have a single response, but obviously there are many possible responses. On one side, trafficking, it's a very complex crime. Samir knows that very well, being the coordinator on trafficking. So you need to look at various connected infractions in order to determine whether a crime is really trafficking. So you need to have legislation which is on a par on the complexity of the issue. COVID-19 and basic kind of breakthrough of the social recovery system has put many people in at height vulnerability. So people are more vulnerable to be exploited. COVID-19 has also created border closure for a moment. So many people could not cross borders anymore in order to go along their migratory trajectories. Obviously, they were paying traffickers, so continue to pay traffickers and smugglers to circumvent those border closures. COVID-19 has also created much more inequalities. Of course, those who were already working irregularly have gone even more into the irregularity. And of course, this is also increasing the level of vulnerability to trafficking and smuggling. And ultimately, and I think it was also very much mentioned this morning, possibly too little international cooperation when it comes to tackling trafficking and smuggling rings, especially when smugglers and traffickers need to be addressed in absentia. In other words, I mean, there are international criminal networks where the perpetrators are not immediately identified, but still a trial can be opened up so that possibly the chain and the international crime network can be dismantled down the line. And possibly ultimately is, and I think it was mentioned very well by the Greek minister, the lack of legal pathways. I mean, there are less and less legal pathways for migrants to access regularly the EU, and there are more and more migrants who access irregularly the EU and take the services of smugglers and traffickers. So all these factors, they create a kind of an explosive bomb that puts the numbers of trafficking victims and smuggled migrants at a record high, I would say. And the Western Balkans, of course, is following the global trends in this sense. The numbers have been increasing over time. I was looking at the statistics of Europol that was saying that 50 million a year are basically the results of the lucrative business in the Western Balkans of trafficking and smuggling rings. Last year, for instance, IOM conducted a survey among migrants in Bosnia and Herzegovina who were residing inside or outside the transit facilities, and 35% of those who have been interviewed have said that they were object of one or more of abusive behavior linked to trafficking. And that was exponentially much more than our previous inquiry in 2019. So as globally, also in the Western Balkans, the level of exploitation across the route is on the rise. So it's obviously a staggering phenomenon. To conclude and respond to your point on capacity building, a lot has been done in the area of capacity building. We had the pleasure really to work a lot across the whole Western Balkans country, particularly also with Bosnia and Herzegovina, in terms of creation of national strategies, strengthening national counter-trafficking national cells, strengthening cooperation between various state bodies. We need to cooperate from border police to prosecutor's office to investigators, and ultimately also fostering regional cooperation, bringing all the national, let's say, institutions together to discuss. But a lot more needs to be done because, as I said, we are dealing with a global phenomenon that requires much more heightened level of cooperation, interoperability, exchange of data. So definitely lots of progress, but a lot needs to be done also going forward.
Thank you for that. You've mentioned exchange of data. Communication channels as being vital for infrastructure in the region in order to battle this unpopular phenomena, which is unfortunately on the rise. Therefore, my next question is for Mr. Nagy. Do we see this channel of communication between Western Balkan countries and European Union member states, police agencies developing in the right way? And can it get all way functional in the near future, if that's not the case so far?
Thank you very much for the question. Also, very shortly, a thank you to the organizers of the conference who, like last year, did an impeccable job. And I'd like to thank them for their efforts. In answering your question, I would like to take you a little bit back because we have come a very, very long way when it comes to communication between police authorities in an extraordinarily short time. You don't have to go back very long, just a few years, when you realize that the investigation efforts of member states of the EU in this region, for instance, but not only here, have basically been based on paperwork and Interpol channels and have been very, very complicated, very much focused on the work also of the bilateral police attachés, which still are one of the main backbones for these investigations. But of course, while this works pretty well for the bilateral level, in an ever-increasing global atmosphere, also in terms of criminal networks, this multilateral approach is more and more necessary. And that's where the coordinatory role of Europol has a very vital element. So it has been the main coordinator on that subject, and there has been early on actually a strong understanding of the relevance of the Western Balkan countries in this respect. And from 2011 onwards, you have seen operational and working agreements that have been established with all of the Western Balkan partners, which regulated the information exchange, which regulated also the posting of liaison officers, the establishing of liaison bureaus in The Hague, but also liaison officers to the region. A process that is not yet fully finished, but it is ongoing. And actually, as we heard also today from head of the EU delegation, Mr. Sattler, actually going in a positive direction. And beside this exchange of liaison officers and the regulation of information exchange, similar agreements and undertakings have also been done with the other two relevant EU agencies in the field of law enforcement, with Frontex, who has 2 liaison officers here in the Western Balkans by now, or with Eurojust, where you have liaison prosecutors who are based now with the agency. And if you take all of this together, you see that there's an overarching multilateral security architecture that has been established in a surprisingly short time frame. If you see and if you understand how difficult this international cooperational work can sometimes be. Especially considering how much trust plays a vital role in information exchange between police authorities. In a job environment where being a bit suspicious is part of the task you are done to undertake. The whole process has had a full involvement of the Western Balkan countries. Since 2018, the countries in the region, the partners have been gradually involved in the impact policy cycle. You had indirect investigation efforts, the Joint Operational Office in Vienna, which was created in 2016, and from 2018, the Western Balkan Task Force. And here we already have these colleagues working operationally so tightly together as if they're policemen from the same country. And this has resulted in a multitude of joint action days, joint operations, joint investigations, their number actually ever growing. And when it comes to the communication channels, they are also established secure ones by now. Siena, which has been there for quite a while and the Western Balkan partners can use widely, but now we're actually going to the next step, which from my point of view is almost one of the final steps, that the development of mobile apps that allow secure communication for each police officer from their phone, even across the boundaries of the European Union. So also for policemen in the Western Balkans. And it's a project that Europol is in the terms of finalizing. So I would not only say the communication got much, much better, but it is actually, when you look at it from the criminal police investigative point of view, quite excellent.
You gave me excellent, as you in German say it, Schlagwort, with mentioning the application, because that's the reason why we met here a month ago. We presented the first such application for identifying possible people at risk of human trafficking and smuggling. Mr. Rizzo, do you get any feedback how well operating it is and how many people are actually using it?
Actually, not yet, because it's a brand new instrument that we are using for the screening of the vulnerability of the victims of trafficking. We introduced that a month or two ago. It's too early to assess any success or usefulness of that instrument.
But it's good to hear that Bosnia and Herzegovina is following practices, good practices from world. We will stick to you in a sense. I think you are the right person to ask about the basic characteristics of what was mentioned earlier today on a few occasions. That's the mixed profile of migration flows in Western Balkans. If we can put it in the context of related criminal activities, where do you see connections? How do they operate and cooperate, and what are the specific problems?
Okay, thank you. First of all, it was very interesting for me that no one from the audience mentioned crime as something closely related to the migrations generally, but also mixed migration flows. Because more than 2 decades ago, in the 2000, United Nations recognized smuggling of migrants and trafficking human beings as kinds of the transnational organized crime. We have 2000 Convention of the United Nations against transnational organized crime, so-called Palermo Convention, and 2 additional protocols to that convention. First is protocol on smuggling of migrants by land, sea, and air, and second protocol on the trafficking in human beings, especially women and children. So more than 2 decades ago, trafficking and smuggling are recognized as a kinds of the transnational organized crime. We all know that migrations, including mixed migration flows, are the result of the numerous push factors in the countries of origin and the pull factors in the countries of destination. And in between of those 2, we have very restrictive migration policies. We also have strictly controlled and surveilled borders, and many factors that prevent legal pathways, like Laura already mentioned. So those migrants who decide to migrate because of the push factors in their countries and attracted by the pull factors in the countries of the destination have no legal pathway to do it. And that's the situation where the transnational organized criminal groups find their market and find their interest. Laura mentioned 50 millions of the illegal proceeds that smugglers of migrant and traffickers of human beings generates. Also, many other researches and many other statistical and analytical reports shows that almost all migrants that are traveling throughout the Western Balkans are smuggled by transnational organized criminal groups. From the perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we can prove that with the 144 verdicts handed down by the court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is which has the exclusive jurisdiction for the smuggling and trafficking in human beings with the international elements. Out of those 144 in the period 2018-2021, 140 were fully convicting verdicts, 3 of them partially convicting, and only 1 of them resulted with the acquittal. More important is that out of those figures, in the 34 cases that were the cases of the organized criminal groups involved in the smuggling. Out of 34 organized criminal groups, 32 were composed by the foreigners, by the citizens of the countries of origin of migrants. So it shows that mixed migration flows throughout the Western Balkan are actually one huge operation of transnational organized criminal groups, and that's the situation that we have to deal with. We respect all other aspects of the migration, especially the human rights of the migrants and their freedoms, and the impact of the migration to the economical stability, development, on the demographic stability, on the cultural, social cohesion and resilience, but also we have to pay a much more attention to this aspect of the mixed migration flows throughout the Balkans. So I already explained the situation with the smuggling of migrants, but also we have to emphasize trafficking in human beings among mixed migration flows, especially having in mind that we didn't succeed so far in the effective investigation and prosecution of such cases. That's the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also, as far as I know, in all other countries in the region, we do not identify victims of trafficking among migrants, among mixed migration flows, and that's something that we have to pay more and more attention so far. We have very limited success so far in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Only 3 cases have been identified and prosecuted, but they can show that migrants and refugees are exposed to the organized criminal groups involved in the smuggling and trafficking in human beings, for the sexual exploitation. We have the completely new phenomenon of the survival sex among in the mixed migration flows, but also migrants and refugees are exploited for the labor, and also are exploited for the forced criminality. We already have had cases identified in Bosnia and Herzegovina that victims of trafficking are used by the organized criminal groups for the forced criminality, including smuggling of the migrants. Victims have been used as a mulas, as a carriers in the smuggling of migrants crime. Of course, there are a lot of factors on the systematic, but also on the individual levels that prevent us to effectively identify victims of trafficking among migrants and refugees, starting from the huge numbers of the migrants, the speed of their movement throughout our countries, very limited and exhausted capacities of our institutions in charge for the fight against trafficking and smuggling, but also on the individual level, starting from the cultural barriers, language barriers, intention of the migrants to leave our countries as soon as possible, and many other. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A very delicate situation. In all that delicacy, there is a delicate subgroup, especially vulnerable when it comes to trafficking, that's women and children. So in that regard, Mr. Mossotti, do we oversee often the fact that trafficking of women and girls is a form of gender-based violence in its essence?
Oh, thank you very much. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Security really for convening us here and talking about this subject. So it's a very pertinent question. In the winter of 2019, Asal Hamda, a 19-year-old, for reasons that I do not wish to elaborate at this time, she's always wanted a better life. She was approached, and she had known about this, that there are certain networks, and she was approached by these people. And she was told that if she paid a certain amount of money, her dreams would come true. She paid. The conditionalities were, of course, that everything was taken from her, the cell phone, bags, and she was told to follow them. And the journey started. She was locked in houses in Comunicado. At some point, she was told to pay for things that she didn't have money to pay for. She was told if she can't pay, then she has to work. And she did undertake some jobs that I would not wish to elaborate. But the jobs dried out. She was still desperate. She still had dreams. She was told she still had to pay. She had no choice. And even at some point, she was forced to engage in sexual intercourse. She was pimped off, for lack of a better term, to all kinds of people along the route to her dream country. And this went on for months on end. She tried to escape. She was captured. She was taken back. She was beaten. And she was told she is under them. This went on, and country after country. And I'm saying this because there are people who knew about the plight of what was happening to Asal. And some of us did not stand. Eventually, 2 years later, she came to the camp, and she had an opportunity to come to the UNFPA center, the camp in Unasana Canton. And for the first time, she was able to speak to specialists, and you could see the weight of life. She wanted to go back home, but she still had the dream to reach her destination. She wanted to make it in life. She was 19 years old, just finished high school, too expensive to go to university, and sometimes she wasn't even allowed to go to school. And she documented what she had gone through. I apologize. For some of us, it is a thriller that you see on movie. More than 20 people had their way with her. She had worked day and night. She had been promised all kinds of things, handed over to different groups, and paying more and paying more. It was too much. She broke down. Our colleagues at the center, where we're working with IOM, of course, the Ministry of Security and others, referred her to psychologists, medical treatment, because she had some other diseases as well associated with what she had gone through. The bruises were visible. This is not the life that she envisaged. But we let her down right from where she came from, through all the countries that she passed, to the point where we, not the destination, but still be able to speak about her situation. She was desirous of continuing with education so that she can have a better life for herself. This, of course, there are some services that are offered at the camps, and thanks to different organizations that are there. But the issue at the end of the day, and I'm happy that, crimes, perpetrators, actions are being taken. She had given up. She wants to go back home. But there are telltale signs that we could ourselves be able to depict and probably act on them, and we didn't. Not at the country of origin, not all these countries that she passed through, and for a period of 2 years, by the time she actually got to the camps here, we could have done something and we didn't. But what could we have done? So she thought she was being smuggled because she had paid money. But the truth of the matter is that she wasn't really being smuggled. She was being trafficked. And she's being trafficked for labor. She's being trafficked for sex. She was running away from whatever it is that she was running away from. I said reasons that we cannot share here. But our human rights had been violated repeatedly, despite all those countries having signed the relevant conventions that the Assistant Minister has spoken about. She was not protected from the smugglers. So when we got there, so the services that are provided, whether psychosocial, medical, protection services, and I think these are really important for us to be able to share. But we also have to really look at the various aspects of this one case. And that one case, we've seen hundreds upon thousands of such cases. UNFPA has documented more than 3,500 while working at the camps here. And as you've heard, all these cases are all over the place. You can imagine where there are more cases, migrants, that some of these cases are much more brutal. So we need to be able to identify and isolate these cases so that we can provide the relevant services, because human rights is universal regardless of who you are. We need to be able to provide protection. And that is why we work very closely with the Ministry of Security, the police, IOM, UNHCR, other services, DRC, who are providing health, to ensure that those services are provided. We need to be able to coordinate on this fight because it's very complex. These people are rich, they are powerful, they are strong, and they are organized. Sometimes something that we are not along the road until wherever they go. It is difficult for us to be able to break them. We need to hold them to account. And that means that we have to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. And we also have to recognize the victims and the survivors of this tragedy called trafficking, of course, and including gender-based violence, which they also go through within. But it's not just women, by the way. Men and boys, the same. Cases have been documented, numerous of them in that regard. So we also have to recognize those risk factors that render them vulnerable for them to be exposed to those kind of dangers. Our obligation to hold human rights high, our obligation to ensure human dignity for us to be able to respond when there is a case, sometimes is wanting, but we can still do more. And I think we want to be able to salute the agencies here that because they've done well, and we can be able to talk about them and really want to laud them for because of that excellent collaboration with the different services that are being provided. The links to trafficking or migration, sexual and reproductive health, forced labor, sexual exploitation, gender-based violence, they are all there for us to see but sometimes we do not want to make that connection. It's very clear, and a lot of people are suffering. We need to make that connection, and we need to address it in an integrated manner and comprehensively for us to be able to address these issues. Capacity building was spoken, data was identified at some point. We need to carry out a lot more advocacy and awareness, because this lady thought she was still being smuggled when indeed the interest of the perpetrators of this crime were not interested in smuggling. All they wanted was to traffic her and to gain as much money as possible from them to exploit this kind of women and boys sometimes. We have to carry out the needs assessment and assess what is happening in all these places of origin. And we try to do that as UNFPA to see, and other organizations as well, including IOM, to see the vulnerabilities at the countries of origin throughout the process so that we can address them. We do that in Serbia as well. And we have these cases where we can tell what is going on with certain migrants as they come through the route. So these needs assessment, we need to be vigilant so that we can respond properly as the cases may be. I will stop here, but I want to leave with one point. It may be migrants because, you know, they come from wherever they come from. Somebody needs to fix that. It is not our problem. It is their problem. But no, eventually it's going to affect you as well. So let us help the migrants as well at the point where we can, and let us uphold the human rights of everyone, including their dignity. Thank you.
This is the second time today when I'm left with not much words. I find the explanation you gave, but also a portray of story from chasing the dream, ending up in a nightmare, overwhelming to say the least. And it's really giving food for much thought. Let's hear now more about, if it's possible, Mr. Niceno, we've heard that there is this very specific transnationality when it comes to criminal organizations dealing with smuggling and human trafficking. I will once again repeat, you are head of Border Police Directorate in Croatia. What do you know about
lista na ovu Ja bih govorio malo o hrvatskim iskustvima, obzirom da smo mi kao tranzitna zemlja od samog početka te migrantskog vala na neki način iskusili razne modalitete, pritiske na razne dijelove naše državne granice. I kao što znate, kao prva zemlja ulaska u Europsku uniju imali i imamo određene obaveze prema toj migrantskoj populaciji kao takvoj. Mogu reći da, evo, da puno ne govorim o onom dijelu 2015. dakle do 2016. kada je nekakvih 650.000 ljudi organizirano prošlo kroz Hrvatsku, jer to praktički nije bio posao granične policije, nego ja bih rekao da smo mi organizirali nekakav tranzit tih ljudi, dakle i pokušali registrirati sve te ljude na različite načine, međutim sustavi Europske unije za uzimanje otisaka, na primjer Eurodac ili slični sustavi nisu namijenjeni, još uvijek nisu de facto je u tih nekakvih od 2015. do negdje 3. mjeseca 2016. Taj broj ljudi koji je prošao sa eto, rezultatom da su postali tražitelji azila u nekim od europskih zemalja. Međutim, nakon toga, uz par mjeseci nakon zaustavljanja tog migrantskog vala, vlakova, autobusa, je u stvari počelo ono što traje dan danas, dakle pritisak na određene dijelove granice i nezakoniti prelasci. Naravno da u početku ni sami nismo bili dovoljno organizirani, spremni, pokušali smo sa tehničkom opremom koju smo imali, međutim, naravno takve situacije dovode do toga da se vrlo brzo organizirate i u tehničkom smislu i u organizacijskom smislu. I mi smo već negdje 2017. sa nekakvih 4.000 do tada nezakonitih prelazaka došli na, ne znam, 17.000 i silom prilika sav taj pritisak je bio na našoj istočnoj granici, dakle na granici sa Srbijom i uspjeli smo u vrlo kratkom roku izgraditi određenu tehničku mrežu koja nam je pomogla na granici. Međutim, paralelno s tim, obzirom da je ovo tema organiziranog kriminala, pa neću toliko govoriti o ovom dijelu zaštite granice i tim sustavima, paralelno s tim smo uočili da moramo stvoriti sustav koji učinkovito hvata organizatore, krijumčare i da je to u stvari fokus našeg rada. Mi smo napravili, to bi rekli tako, task force ili dakle operativna akcija, kako mi to nazivamo u Hrvatskoj koridor, koja radi isključivo po pozadini, dakle u pozadini terena, u drugoj zoni, dakle ne radi na poslovima na granici, a uključuje kriminalističku policiju, graničnu policiju i u nekim dijelovima i običnu temeljnu policiju. Smisao je dakle da ciljano reagiramo na informacije koje imamo. Naime, danas je predstavnik Frontexa o tome govorio, o analizi rizika, o dakle sustavima koje smo naučili kroz naše djelovanje u Frontexu i dakle sustav analize rizika koji je implementiran u graničnoj policiji, koristeći sve one informacije koje imamo o kretanju ljudi, dakle preko graničnih prijelaza, sustavima kontrole osoba na ulasku, dakle imamo naš National Border Management Information System, dakle sustav koji skenira svaku putovnicu, uparuje svako vozilo, dakle svako vozilo se skenira sa MPR kamerama. Dakle, postoji čitava baza podataka koju možemo koristiti i koja naša analiza rizika vrlo uspješno koristi u smislu detektiranja mogućih krijumčara. Naravno da je to posao koji dođe sa određenim iskustvom i mi smo uspjeli sa nekakvih početnih 160 slučajeva, 160 počinitelja godišnje, prošle godine biti i prošlih par godina biti na otprilike 880 počinitelja plus 200 pomagača. Naime, u Hrvatskoj je dio je kazneno djelo, dakle ako se bavite time iz koristoljublja, a dio pomaganja je, dakle ako to radite prema, ne znam, prijateljima, poznanicima i sućuti, članovima obitelji i tako dalje. Dakle, preko 1100 godišnje počinitelja uspijevamo uhvatiti koji, dakle, ili na jedan ili na drugi način pomažu nezakonitim migrantima da bi prošli kroz Hrvatsku i da bi došli u prvu sljedeću zemlju gdje preuzimaju drugi krijumčari. Postoje dosta detaljno opisani slučajevi gdje smo imali volju žrtava da točno ispričaju, dakle, taj put. I otprilike su modusi su slični. Dakle, postoji modus, ne znam, skrivenog prelaska u prekograničnog prijelaza u određenim prostorima, vozilima, prerađenima, u nekom teretu i tako dalje. Češći modus je prelazak preko zelene granice na određenom mjestu i onda dalje prijevoz kombijima, teretnim vozilima, osobnim vozilima. Dakle, postoji čitav niz modaliteta koji se koriste. Oni naravno ovise o tome koliko taj nezakoniti prelazak košta. Ukoliko je to neki manji iznos, onda su to obično veće grupe koje se stavljaju u vrlo neadekvatne uvjete prijevoza, vrlo često pogubne, opasne po život, do onih gdje idu samo, ne znam, jedna obitelj, dvoje, troje ljudi koji se voze onda, kako bi rekli, vrlo u osobnim vozilima, dakle, i na mjestima koja nisu uobičajena, što garantira veću, na neki način, sigurnost nezakonitog prelaska. Ove godine je taj trend otprilike isti, oko 630 počinitelja smo uhvatili do danas, plus 102 počinitelja, plus 102 pomagača, to je 700 i nešto ljudi koji su krijumčarili ove godine 1350 osoba, dakle tih 700 je krijumčarilo 1350 osoba. Dakle, sustav je prilično razrađen. Vrlo teško je Hrvatskoj u uvjetima turističke sezone, kad je povećan promet vozila, kontrolirati po nekom profilu, na primjer, ne znam, sva kombi vozila, sva neka vozila koja su moguća za prijevoz veće grupe ljudi, nego dakle koncentriramo se na tu našu analizu rizika, na krim obavještajnu analitiku, dakle s kojima usko smo povezani i mislim da smo jako uspješni. Svaki pojedini slučaj, svaki pojedini modus operandi svakog slučaja je razmijenjen sa Europolom. Sve informacije se dakle stavljaju svim članicama Europola dakle svaki pojedini slučaj svim članicama Europola preko Sijena mreže da budu upoznati sa svim modalitetima kako bi bili učinkoviti i u graničnoj kontroli i kontroli po dubini u svojim zemljama. To je nekako sažetak sustava koji gradimo, koji je naravno svaki slučaj je, kako bih rekao, priča za sebe. U hvatanju tih počinitelja najčešće imamo preko 50 državljanstava, dakle počinitelja koji su, najčešće su naravno hrvatski državljani i državljani zemalja u okruženju. Međutim, ima i naravno tu krijumčara koji su među migrantskom populacijom, dakle Afganistanaca, Pakistanaca i slično. I najčešće je to su počinitelji koji su, dakle, oni najniži u lancu, dakle, samo prijevoznici. Samir je govorio o ovim organiziranim skupinama koji su, dakle, zajedničkim radom hvatani, dakle, to je uvijek u svakom slučaju rad prekogranični, dakle, suradnja i graničnih policija, kriminalističke policije SIPE, dakle, u konkretnom slučaju sa BiH, sa kolegama iz Slovenije, dakle, uvijek je to uključuje više zemalja i dakle tu se u takvim kriminalističkim obradama hvataju organizacije koje su, kako bih rekao, malo jače, međutim pravi organizatori sjede uvijek daleko od Hrvatske, daleko od samog događaja. Jako su precizni, ovo što sam počeo govoriti, dakle u nekim slučajevima gdje smo imali žrtve koje su htjele komentirati, na primjer slučaj turske djevojčice koja se utopila na granici između Hrvatske i Slovenije. Njena majka je uspjela preživjeti to i onda je ispričala točno način na koji su je taj cijeli put plaćen, gdje su konkretno mjesta gdje su ih krijumčari dočekali, koja vozila, dakle u svim zemljama način na koji je to napravljeno. I kad gledate tu cijelu priču i kad vidite takve neke slučajeve koje imate pred sobom, vidite da je to organizacija koja je jako precizna, koja jako dobro poznaje manjkavosti policije u svakoj od tih zemalja u koje operira da su to organizacije koje zarađuju nevjerojatne novce, a da su poslovi plaćeni i osigurani daleko negdje od mjesta izvršenja, često na samom početku te rute ili na samom kraju te rute, i da ti jadni ljudi koji su objekti toga krijumčarenja vrlo često cijeli život kasnije ili dijelovi njihove obitelji cijeli život kasnije plaćaju za taj nezakoniti prelazak, uključujući i ovo što je John govorio, dakle o tim seksualnom iskorištavanju za mlađih muškaraca, za ne znam krađe, prevare i tako dalje. Mi imamo takvih slučajeva u Hrvatskoj, nije puno, dakle takvih iskorištavanja, trgovine ljudima, prilike 20-ak slučajeva, 20-ak kaznenih prijava godišnje sa prilike isto toliko slučajeva koji se događaju u Hrvatskoj, dakle ne nužno, nije to nužno uključeno samo migrantska populacija, iako vrlo često je i vrlo često su to osobe koje prevarom dođu na rad u Hrvatsku, imaju dakle radne dozvole za rad u Hrvatskoj, a kasnije bivaju žrtve trgovine ljudi. Evo, ako je to dio odgovora na vaše pitanje.
Samo još jedno pitanje za vas. Imate li informaciju koliko je iznosila najveća kazna izrečena u Hrvatskoj za presuđeno krijumčarenje do sada?
Pa nemam tu informaciju, ne znam točno. Kazne su zapriječene za 5 godina i mislim da to su zatvora. Mislim da je to otprilike kazna u kojoj se kreće ta zapriječena kazna. Nisu kazne drakonske, odvraćajuće, tako da ovi počinitelji vrlo često to rade za vrlo male iznose i oni sami, dakle, cijela operacija naravno košta puno, ali sami počinitelji koje hvatamo to rade za najčešće minimalne iznose. Kažem, oni su oni koji su u dnu toga organiziranog lanca.
Hvala vam. Imamo li pitanja iz publike za naše paneliste? Ukoliko ima, samo nam signalizirajte rukom i meni neće.
Yeah, my name is Goran Svilanovic. I'd like to thank police Croatia as well as his colleague from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dirty as it sounds, but I'd like to ask, what is the success rate of criminals? I was following closely what you were saying. Basically, you've told us if we look in the sample, those who have been arrested finally, one member of the group was smuggling roughly 2 persons. 1,300 people smuggled out of 700 something engaged in the organization. But what I'm asking is, of course, you do have a sample of those who you have managed to arrest, but what is the success rate? What keeps the business alive? Is what I'm asking. I mean, for all of you, but I'm targeting, of course, those who are dealing with this situation, because this is what keeps them running. The criminals, not the people on the move. They have all of sorts of different reasons, and I appreciate what we have heard. Thank you.
Hvala lijepo na pitanju. Dakle, možda ovaj uzorak koji sam rekao ne odražava pravo stanje, ali on je takav kakav je zatečen ove godine. Međutim, jako puno krijumčarenja se događa što čini živom rutu. Dakle, ona je vrlo promjenjiva. Vrlo je nevezana za jedno mjesto. Dakle, mi govorimo tu o pritisku na Unsko-Sanski kanton, međutim nije to je tako, ali u u pravilu. Dakle, mi imamo pritisak i na drugim dijelovima granice i on je vrlo iznenadan i ruta se mijenja vrlo brzo i oni koji rutu mijenjaju znaju vrlo dobro kako smo mi pozicionirani, imaju vrlo dobar intelligence, dakle prikupljaju informacije o nama. Naravno, postoji mogućnost da i unutar policijskih snaga i sa jedne i sa druge strane postoje ljudi koji rade i to nikad ne isključujemo. Koristi se vrlo moderna tehnologija, nadzire nas se dronovima, raznim uređajima koje smo zaticali na državnoj granici, ali najveći dio onih koji su krijumčari to rade do same granične crte i nakon toga velike grupe migranata puštaju. Dakle, ono što čini rutu živom je broj. Dakle, broj je, nažalost, ove godine ponovo u porastu. Hrvatska bilježi povećanje, dakle, prvo jedan veliki pad u 2021. godini, koji ja bih rekao i rezultat nekakvog jače zaštite granice, a istovremeno podizanje rute na Mađarsku prema Srbiji. Dakle, mi kad uspoređujemo podatke, to su i više nego dupli brojevi rute koja trenutno ide preko Mađarske. Međutim, ukupno krijumčare živima ili, kako bi rekao, u poslu je količina, nažalost, ljudi koji prođu kroz njihove ruke. Zadnje slučajeve koje imamo gdje prelaze preko rijeke, dakle, krijumčari ne idu s njima. Dakle, oni im organiziraju, kako bi rekao, mediji, onaj nekakav napuhani čamac ili nešto s kojim idu, organiziraju da mjesto gdje će doći i nakon toga su ti ljudi prepušteni sami sebi. Dakle, vrlo teško je uhvatiti krijumčara na djelo. Tu je potrebno suradnja dvaju policija, tu naravno radimo zajednički, ali to su stvari koje zahtijeva da ste na tom mjestu u to vrijeme. Ukoliko zakasnite 20 minuta, gotovo. Oni su u velikom broju već prešli, osobe koje su organizirale su nestale. Tako da ta uspješnost vrlo često je, kako bih rekao, plod slučajnosti u takvim slučajevima. Uspješnost je puno veća u slučajevima kada oni fizički organiziraju transport i prijevoz kroz Hrvatsku, jer onda ovim metodama o kojima sam govorio, analizom, obavještajnim radom, krim obavještajnom analitikom, takvim nekakvim uporabom moderne tehnologije u krajnjoj liniji dolazimo do podataka ko su ti ljudi i onda ih možemo kvalitetno presjeći te kanale. Neko vrijeme nadzirati, vidjeti da li tu postoji nekakav organizator, ukoliko organizatora nema u jednoj, dvije, tri, pet grupa koje, ako ih nadziremo, onda dignemo ove najniže u lancu jer je to, kako bi rekao, najisplativije. Evo, to je nekako pozadina svega skupa. Međutim, kažem, evo, Hrvatska, ja mislim, među prve tri zemlje po broju prijavljenih počinitelja kaznenog djela krijumčarenja u Europskoj uniji. I dakle, kažem, svaki pojedini slučaj je prijavljen Europolu i svaki pojedini slučaj se posebno valorizira, gleda, svi ljudi koji su zatečeni su u tim bazama podataka i koristi za svaki budući rad policije bilo koje od zemalja članica, a i dakle šire. Evo vidim da i BiH, dakle, koliko sam shvatio, otvorila pristup tom Sijena kanalu.
Any additional thoughts on this from our panelists? Yes, please.
Maybe to complement what keeps this business alive, it's the vulnerability of the people accessing the services, the fact that it's extremely lucrative. We heard 50 million euro a year in the Western Balkans generated thanks to trafficking and smuggling, and eventually the lack of prosecution at the international level to dismantle the international trafficking rings. These are some of the issues. Maybe just one last word from my side, saying that lots of progress need to happen. Lots of progress have been done, and I think we need to commend them. Definitely, the areas where more needs to be done is the evidence collection. As we said, I mean, a lot of information is often disconnected, patchy, not maybe speaking to each other, and a lot more maybe of whole of government, whole of society. It's a trendy word, but it's true. I mean, when also John and the other colleagues were talking about, it's very much Ministry of Security together with the Ministry of Social Affairs, investigators, prosecutors working together side by side to dismantle the rings, and then the social services coming after to support the victim. And so it's very much whole of society response.
Thank you very much. It's 5 o'clock. We're well due with the time frame. I wish to use the remaining minutes to thank all of our distinguished panelists for their valuable inputs. And I'm personally under unavoidable impression that we managed to keep true and loyal to the name of today's gathering. The dialogues really took place. What makes me especially content is the fact that we had meta perspective that deals with experts, institutions, general bodies. But during all 3 panels, at some point, we touched the human value of what migration is. Some examples were really moving to the point of leaving us speechless. And I would like to use this opportunity as a media professional to send out the appeal to all colleagues to think about changing the paradigm on how we media report about migrations. Someone in the panel that was ahead of this one, second one, told when the media representatives do not call us, we know situation is under the control. At the same time, did the way where we displayed, unfortunately, migrants as bothersome others in a media space of Bosnia and Herzegovina change? I remain very doubtful about that, but that could be an idea for the 3rd edition of Sarajevo Migration Dialogue, a panel dedicated only to that. Please let us greet with a round of applause panelists of the 3rd panel. Thank you very much. And now I will call upon a colleague who is specialized in the right way of reporting about the migration, Larissa, to take over. Larissa, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Poštovani gosti, dragi prijatelji, čuli smo danas zaista sjajne ideje kada je u pitanju nastavak razvoja zajedničke saradnje u rješavanju pitanja migrantske krize. Došlo je vrijeme, evo kada privodimo kraju, još jedan uspješan Sarajevo Migration Dialogue koji je Ministarstvo sigurnosti Bosne i Hercegovine organizovalo uz podršku vlade Švicarske i Hillswerk International. U završnim obraćanjima čućemo ponovo, ministra Selmu Cikotića, ministra sigurnosti Bosne i Hercegovine i domaćina ove konferencije. Tu je i ambasador Švicarske u Bosni i Hercegovini, gospodin Daniel Hun, a obratit će nam se i generalni direktor Hillswerk Internationala Stefan Fritz. Gospodine ministre, izvolite.
Dragi kolege, dame i gospodo, prvo čestitam svima koji su izdržali u sali ovaj poprilično dinamičan i zahtjevan dan. Želim da se zahvalim kolegama ministrima, zamjenicima ministara, državnim sekretarima, svim panelistima koji su dali doprinos da danas zaista imamo jedan vidljiv dijalog ili možda još korektnije, jedan zdrav sukob različitih viđenja, predstava i mišljenja o kompleksnoj temi koju smo danas raspravljali. Kao organizator mogu reći da sam jako zadovoljan vrlo kvalitetnim, vrlo velikim odzivom, velikog broja odgovornih, iskusnih i vrlo educiranih ljudi koji predstavljaju i državne institucije i međunarodne organizacije i nevladine organizacije, kao i druge institute znanja, relevantnih sposobnosti koje mogu doprinijeti rješavanju migracija kao jednog od najsloženijih sigurnosnih izazova vremena u kome živimo. Mislim da, kao što to i u završnom panelu kolega voditelj reče, u potpunosti pravdamo naziv ovog našeg foruma, naše konferencije, dijalog o migracijama. Mi razumijemo da su migracije imanentne ljudskoj zajednici od kako ona postoji. Razumijemo da su jako kompleksne i ono što možda može biti jedan od zaključaka današnjeg dijaloga je da im pristupamo površno, značenju i posljedicama. Ono što mi kao organizatori prepoznajemo jeste činjenica da su migracije imanentno pitanje nacionalne sigurnosti, međunarodne sigurnosti i međunarodnih odnosa koji se vrlo tijesno prepliću sa svim aspektima međunarodne sigurnosti, a da onda kao takve reflektiraju mnoga politička, ekonomska, finansijska, kulturološka, demografska, civilizacijska, vjerska i druga pitanja, odnosno aspekte svojih sadržaja. I isto tako, ako ih samo posmatramo kao sigurnosni izazov ili sigurnosnu prijetnju, onda u njima možemo prepoznati sadržaje skoro svih drugih sigurnosnih prijetnji. Ako ćete, možete krenuti od ilegalne trgovine ljudima, narkoticima i naoružanjem, organizovanog kriminala, korupcije, sajber prijetnji, kao i mnogih drugih sigurnosnih prijetnji. Praktično da ne postoji oblik kriminala koji registrujemo na prostoru Bosne i Hercegovine, da u njima nismo u posljednjih nekoliko godina prepoznali učešće migranata. To je jedan od relevantnih aspekata, ali činjenica da migracijama pristupamo različito, zavisno od rakursa ili potreba nacionalnih politika ili nekih regionalnih politika, proizvodi za posljedicu različit odnos prema migracijama, različite zaključke i različite mjere. I mi iz tog razloga prepoznajemo jednu jako značajnu dobit ili korist ovakvog oblika razmjene mišljenja, iskustava, pogleda i stavova, bez ikakve ambicije da se oko mnogih bitnih stvari složimo danas ovdje, ali ćemo u svakom slučaju nastojati da sva ova iskustva na jedan sveobuhvatan i kompleksan način složimo u nekoliko upotrebljivih zaključaka kao što smo to uradili prošle godine i da ih distribuiramo svim učesnicima ovog današnjeg posebnog rada. Ti zaključci će vjerovatno reflektirati jednu činjenicu da smo prepoznali da smo od prošle godine i održali i unaprijedili postojeću regionalnu saradnju i međunarodnu saradnju, što smatramo jednim od značajnih efekata ili pozitivnih posljedica prethodnog sarajevskog dijaloga o migracijama i što smatramo da će još i u većoj mjeri biti efekat ovog današnjeg dijaloga. Zaključujemo da će saradnju trebati proširiti i na nove učesnike i na nova područja saradnje. I mislim da je to današnji dijalog u više svojih aspekata, sadržaja i panela pokazao kao jednu sasvim prepoznatljivu neminovnost. Mislim da će trebati osmišljavati i nove platforme i forume regionalne, međunarodne saradnje u borbi protiv migracija, ali u jednom kompleksnijem njihovom shvatanju. Oni jesu sigurnosno pitanje, oni jesu, migracije jesu i humanitarno pitanje, ali ignorišući sve druge aspekte njihovog uticaja, pojednostavljuje pristup i u velikoj mjeri reducira pozitivne efekte. Ja se nadam da će to sve biti jedno iskustvo koje će svako od nas danas ponijeti na neki svoj način. Kažem još jednom, mi ćemo to kao i prošle godine nastojati da uobličimo nekoliko jezgrovitih zaključaka kako bismo imali jednu vrstu zajedničkog tla ili iskustva sa ovog današnjeg dijaloga. Na kraju, dozvolite mi još jednom da se zahvalim svima vama jer ste svi na svoj način dali doprinos od organizacije, od učešća, od realizacije u različitim oblicima saradnje, od medijskog pokrivanja i želim tu da se posebno zahvalim operativnom timu Ministarstva sigurnosti koji je uložio jako puno napora koordinirajući veliki broj aktera, veliki broj različitih aktivnosti i veliki broj institucija koje su bile angažovane u svemu ovome. Njihov se rad ne vidi, vidimo njihove posljedice, odnosno vidimo posljedice njihovog rada. I znate kako to obično bude? Ako je sve savršeno dobro urađeno, onda se njihov rad uopšte ne primjećuje. A ako se bilo kakav nedostatak u njihovom radu pojavi, onda vidimo kasnije ovo, nisu ovi obavješteni, nije ovo označeno. Ja se nadam da dijelite jednu vrstu mog zapažanja da je taj tim i kod ovog foruma, kod ove konferencije napravio jedan jako dobar posao, zato što je puno učesnika, dolasci su bili sa različitih strana u različito vrijeme, na različite načine, događaj je organizovan isto tako u velikom broju prostorija sa jednom naglašenom dinamikom različitih sadržaja i nekakvih različitih usluga. Moj je dojam da smo svi uspjeli da od ovog dijaloga i od ovog razgovora dobijemo ono što smo očekivali. Naravno, u zapažanjima koje ćete nam dati, bilo bi dobro da iznesete ukoliko primijetite neke posebne razloge za pohvalu. Međutim, još korisnije će nam biti da nam date svoja kritička mišljenja o stvarima koja cijenite da možemo da unapređujemo. Evo, ne morate nas baš kritikovati, ali ćemo biti zahvalni i kad to uradite na jedan korektan način, vrlo jer će to podići i popraviti kvalitet organizacije nekog sljedećeg okupljanja ove vrste. Ja ne znam koji će to tim raditi za godinu dana, ali će svakako biti preporuka ovog tima Ministarstva sigurnosti nekom novom koji će vjerovatno biti ovdje da se sa ovom praksom nastavi, jer cijenimo da su posljedice ovakve razmjene viđenja, stavova i ideja jako korisne za sve one koji u ovome učestvuju. I na kraju još jednom, bez obzira što sam to već uradio, želim da se zahvalim vladi Švicarske kao i Hilswerk International i IOM-u koji su dali doprinos u organizaciji ovog današnjeg okupljanja i svima vama još jednom koji učestvujete u svemu ovome. Želim vam ugodan ostatak boravka ovdje u hotelu Hills i u Sarajevu, ugodnu večeru i druženje večeras i sutra izutra i onima koje eventualno ne uspijem posebno vidjeti, siguran i ugodan povratak svojim kućama. Hvala vam lijepa na pažnji i na učešću.
U nastavku pozivamo da nam se obrati gospodin Daniel Hun, ambasador Švicarske u Bosni i Hercegovini.
Minister Cikotic, Director General of Hilfswerk International, dear participants and colleagues, let me start my closing remarks with a quote of my minister with a statement that Federal Councillor Keller-Sutter made this morning. She said, migration challenges cannot be addressed by one country alone. And migration does not stop at individual country borders. This is precisely the deeper reason for our gathering today. And it was said by many speakers, the deeper reason for our conference that clearly shows the interest of cooperation, not only in the Western Balkans, but way beyond the interest of cooperation to appropriately manage the phenomenon of migration. I'd like to use this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. Minister. You and your wonderful team, in particular, Sasha Ketzmann and the different units of your ministry that are involved, for again having taken the initiative this year to bring interested partners on ministerial level together to discuss cooperation and coordination in order to manage migration more efficiently. It is a great achievement, Mr. Minister, to make this conference here in Sarajevo at the only second edition, a milestone already in the calendar of migration-related gatherings in the region. And I very much hope that this event will become a tradition in the years to come. You can be certain that the interest on the Swiss side will prevail and our support will be ensured. The Western Balkan countries are key partners for us in this field. We have heard it many times today, and this will not change in the future. Your cooperation is paramount for Europe's migration management. Switzerland will continue to contribute its share to this partnership, not only through our migration dialogues with many countries in the region, but also with very concrete action. One of these actions is the organization of a training workshop here in Sarajevo with migration professionals from Western Balkan countries later this year. A workshop that we brought to life in close cooperation with Minister Cikotic and the Ministry of Security of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The workshop will be implemented with the help of the Geneva Center for Security Policy, the GCSP, and will include specialists from all Western Balkan countries. It will build on the discussions and recommendations from today's conference and will cover topics such as human trafficking, readmission, border protection, and other relevant migration aspects. It will also offer the opportunity to exchange best practices on the operational level and foster the concrete cooperation between migration authorities of the countries in the region. On the Swiss side, we are hopeful that this first GCSP course for migration professionals in the Western Balkans will be a start for regular training sessions of this type, ideally linked to a yearly ministerial conference on migration in the region. We would by all means be prepared to support such efforts with the conviction that close and practically oriented partnership with you here in the region is key for a safe, orderly and regular migration management. With this, I would like to thank you again, Minister Cikotic. Thank you, you and your team for today's very successful and efficiently organized conference. At the Swiss Embassy, we are very much looking forward to future joint endeavors with you and your ministry. Thank you very much for your attention.
U nastavku molimo da nam se obrati Stefan Fritz, generalni direktor Hilfswerk International.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, I will make it short. It was a long day.
When I look back last year and compare it to where we are now, I can see a lot of improvement. And I can see that from co-organizing the first now, and thanks to the support of the Swiss government, we have the second dialogue and already a format ready to be the third, the fourth, the fifth, a relevant platform to exchange. Only 1 year passed and I see a lot of improvement. I would like to congratulate our and thank you for the cooperation, the good cooperation we have with the Ministry of Security, and congratulate what happened in the last year, the improvements. There are a lot of dynamic, a lot of impact created in only 1 year. Now, talking about dialogue, this dialogue still go on, yeah? We have an evening where I wish you very fruitful dialogues. I wish you very fruitful talks, but more I wish you not only talks, but these talks may lead to action, to fruitful action. So thank you all for coming and have a nice evening. All the best.
Hvala svima još jednom na učešću i praćenju drugog Sarajevo Migration Dialoga. Nadam se da se vidimo na istom mjestu ovdje dogodine. Ugodno večer vam želim u Sarajevu.